Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome to a fresh debate review. Mwahaha. I wish I had the cool name. Mark's got debate dissection. I'm just debate reviews.
You can have. Maybe we can come up with something, or you can use debate dissect. I mean, it's basically the same show, right? Like
it,
seriously, it's
it literally is because sometimes we do,
yeah.
frequently we'll do a part one on one channel and part two on the other channel. It's just a
That's right. Yeah,
continuation.
yeah. Feel free to use it. I don't care. I don't care. That's fine.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe debate flambe to go with the
the
Ember theme.
debate
I don't know.
flambe. Debate
Let me know
volcano.
what you think in the comments. Thank you for joining us, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all. I see Lawrence hanging out. Hello, hello. Objective ethics. This is an objective ethics debate, as you may have noticed from the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Um, OE, you have a link in your Discord if you would like to
Hmm.
join us. No pressure, but
Yeah.
since you were in the thing, you're welcome. Um, let's see. I see this Mark Reed person. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Seems like a sus character.
I know, I know. I recently, I recently went over to Skeptic Spin and we did a review of a right wing children's book kind of thing. It was a lot of fun. Justin set it up. It was so much fun. It was really random. You can't trust Australians. That's what I've learned. You just can't trust us. You know.
That's probably true.
Yeah, yeah.
But I won't take your word for it because you can't trust Australians.
Right, right. It's a paradox. You see, you see. That's how it works.
Exactly. It's oh
Mm.
my goodness. Yeah, I'm seeing Justin
Mm.
next week to do a book report thing.
Awesome.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
awesome.
yeah, all kinds of fun stuff. I see Reggie's here and Eric Wander. And I saw Ryan, but her chat is too far back and it won't let me see it. But hello,
Um,
everyone who's lurking and like being spooky.
Ryan was just dropping in to let all the bitches know that she was first. That's basically where it's at.
That's fair, I suppose.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I keep telling her you have to assert dominance, and she's practicing it. So yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think she needs the practice, but that's just me. I think she's perfectly doing fine without the practice. But hey,
It never hurt. All right, so we have a fun one today. It is a shorter debate, so we may be able to finish it in a single shot. We'll see how it
hmm.
goes. I have a bet with myself over whether we'll succeed. Um, so let's see here. First of all, I want to bring it up on screen. This is from the Q&A section, but I want you all to get a taste of the sort of person we're dealing with today.
If you're a man, you can get your penis whacked off and you can take female hormones and you can dress up and drag all you want. But at the end of the day, you still have XY chromosomes. And when you die and you're buried for 1,000 years and the archaeologists dig you up, they're going to find the skeleton of a male person with XY chromosomes.
I've got a feeling that Captain Houston over here doesn't know about intersex people. I've got a real funny feeling that he's never heard of intersex people before.
He doesn't know much about a lot of things. Now, to be clear, the debate subject is the Bible a good basis for morality? The brain rot, the conspiracy theories, just out of nowhere. Hello,
Okay.
OE, how are you?
Hey, Objective Ethics. Good to meet you in person.
Ish.
Ish.
I'm trying to unmute. No, listen, I hope I'm not embarrassing myself or anybody else, but I just want to take a quick second and say what an honor it is for me to actually meet both of you. I've watched a lot of your content and I have a tremendous amount of respect for both of you. I think you're
Oh,
both
thank you.
very intelligent, very skilled debaters, which is I'm really excited about you guys going over this debate because I know for a fact that I could have done a lot better. I feel I did well, but I certainly could improve. And being people that I look up to, who I've watched your debates, especially you, Mark, I've seen you just absolutely slay people. And so I'm really honored that you guys would even consider taking the time to do this.
Oh, no, it's fine. Thank you so much for giving us the debate. And I love to encourage people to get into debate. You know, I really love people. So I love people that are starting off. I wanna highlight them. Everybody's got different approaches. That's one of the things I want to say. Like, if I'm critical, it may not be that you've done anything wrong. I just would do something different. I used to sort of talk about Aaron Ra, how I wouldn't do the same thing he does. That doesn't mean it's the wrong thing to do. It's just not my style. So that's number one. Number two, it's really easy to sit back and criticize a debate. Like, when you're actually in it, it's a lot harder to actually, know what to say or know what to do and stuff. So really, I really hope you don't see this as, oh, no, it's just constructive criticism. I've seen one of yours before, and you did really well. I think I commented on it. Like, you did absolutely fantastic in the. Was it a objective morality debate? I think. I don't
It was
know.
it was strange because that was actually my first debate ever. So I really,
Right.
I really struggled through that in a lot of ways. This last debate here, even though I definitely need to improve, was, I would say, significantly better performance just based on
Right.
structure. But that's after having talked to you and gotten your advice. I talked to Ember. She was very kind to give me some advice on Discord. So I had the opportunity to have a lot more information going into this last one. But as far as the criticisms and stuff, I am very, very hard on myself just naturally, because I always feel like the best way to improve is to be willing to look at yourself in a critical light, not to be down on yourself. I don't want people to get down on themselves, because we need to be positive. But if you want to get better at something in life, you need to be willing to take a hard look at yourself, because we're not perfect at anything. I don't care how good you
Right.
are at what you think you're good at. We can always improve. And I think you need to have or I, at least I should say, need to have a healthy understanding of where criticism is and the benefit of criticism. And so I encourage honesty. When I ask people to vote on my debates, I ask them to vote for whoever they think won. Don't just go in there and vote for me or whatever. I want people's constructive criticism. I want people to be honest, because to me, especially in today's world, I feel like as long as you're kind and loving and sincere, honesty is the most important thing that we have. I might be wrong about my positions and I might be wrong about things, but if I'm kind and sincere in my delivery, then being wrong is okay. I'm willing to listen to the other side and be educated, and maybe I can show them that maybe I have something to offer the conversation, or maybe I don't. So without being honest, we're never going to find out the truth.
Right. Absolutely, I completely agree. But I think it's a balance. You also have to sort of look at the things that you've done well and go, hey, that was really good. Let's remember that as well. So yeah, it's a balancing act, really. I mean, I'm pretty critical of myself as well, and I've got to remind myself all the time to be kinder to myself. When you do make mistakes, because I think I'm my own worst critic. Like, absolutely my own worst critic. And for another person, I would say, hey, just they misspoke or they got something wrong. Myself, it's like, why did I do that? Why are we so harsh on ourselves when we would accept that behavior from anybody else and just go, oh, well, it's fine. It's just a mistake, So keep that in mind. Don't be harder on yourself than you would be on somebody else, right? Because why? Why do you deserve that?
Yeah,
No,
that
that's a
can be a
very
really hard
reasonable.
one.
I'm sorry, Ember, go ahead.
I was just saying that could be that's a hard one sometimes. We do it in every life. Like, just earlier today, I do a daily sort of video diary thing for my future self or whatever. And I started off by saying I didn't get much done today. And then I rattled off this litany of things I got done today. And I'm like, oh, shit, Ember, be nicer to Ember.
Yeah.
I really liked the qualifier that Ember gave, and I think it's important for people who watch this tonight and in the future to keep in the back of their minds. There actually is a proposition during this debate, because I tried really hard to focus on that proposition, but my opponent was, well, you guys are going to see, it was all over the place. In fact, there was at one point during the cross-examination towards the end where he asked me a very simple question, but because he'd asked me so many random questions that had nothing to do with the debate, I thought it was a trick question. I literally was like, okay, is he asking me like Yosef or Yeshu ben Joseph as in Jesus Christ, or is this going to be a trick question about one of the other Josephs or one of the other Jesuses? I mean, it's a simple question, but because he was so random, I actually thought I was walking into some kind of a trap. It was really crazy.
Yeah, sometimes
yeah.
it's very hard to tell a trap from stupidity, like just pure dumbness. But that's okay. Let's get this underway, and I'm so glad you could join
All
us. Like,
right.
really, I'll have a ton of
Yeah.
questions for you.
All right, let's see. Do we want to? Yeah, let's have it be big for now, and then if we need to, we can like switchy to
And so,
bigger
is
head.
Tristan the moderator? Is he the moderator?
Yeah.
Yes, and I really recommend people check out his channel. He's a former full preterist Christian, and he's graduated from full seminary. He's got a master's degree, and he's such a young man. He's extremely bright and intelligent. He's very kind, and he's left the faith, so he's now an agnostic. He might consider himself an agnostic deist, but he's definitely made that
Yeah.
transition. So anybody who can fight their way out of it, I'm just really impressed, because the level of indoctrination, and well, you guys all know, how difficult that is.
Not really. I'm sorry.
No, that's fair. And also to Tristan's credit, he's very, very level-headed. Like that clip that we started with, as soon as Matthew is done with his crazy bigoted conspiracy theory rant, Tristan is just like, okay, our next question is, like, he gives him no attention on it. He's just, are you done? You know? All right, let's hit it.
Morality.
It's the same thing, but okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
How many times have you guys heard the phrase, you cannot legislate morality?
Sorry to
Well, I'm here to
interrupt.
tell you
Did
that
they
that is a
just did they just ask for a qualifier whether ethics and morality is the same thing? Is that what had just happened?
No, that was a little bit of setting the stage talk before he actually started his opening. It was the original proposition is the Bible the basis for morality? And Matthew wanted to shift it slightly to, should the Bible be the basis for morality?
It was actually, well, technically the proposition was supposed to be, should the Bible be the basis for society? It really wasn't supposed to be technically a morality debate, but it all interconnects, and so it got a little bit confused there. But the proposition was supposed to be, should we use the Bible as the basis for society? So this is why I was really interested in doing this, because it ties into the whole Christian nationalist thing that's getting a lot of push.
Right. Yeah, so do you make the distinguishment between ethics and morality? Usually ethicist will.
Yeah. So my personal view, and this is a debate I actually have coming up with an atheist finally, which I'm looking forward to, because I'm tired of just dunking on these Christians. No offense, but their arguments are so tired and old, and I'm looking forward to debating against another skeptic about objective ethics, because I am on an outlier in that I'm an agnostic, but I do believe in the objective ethics from the natural law, kind of more of an Aristotelian kind of concept. We don't really get too much into that here, but yes, I believe the ethics are the meta. And I do describe it a little bit here, because of course he's going to ask me, well, where do you get your morality from and all his nonsense. But you'll see a little bit about that.
Yep. No, that's fine. Just morality is usually your personal stance. Now, they can be lumped into one. This is just for the audience's benefit. They can be lumped into one. Sometimes an ethicist who thinks that sort of a commonality between or a system's morality that's agreed upon by the people is sort of its own thing, and the ethicist sort of have to make clear that they're distinguishing between a personal morality and a larger ethical structure. And I don't mind. Like, I can talk, as long as I know where the other person's position is, that's fine. I will generally put them in the same thing, but I'm happy to sort of separate morality and ethics into two different things if that's better for the discussion. That's fine.
Yeah, I tend to agree there. I mean, often the words are interchangeable depending on the subject, but when you get right down to it, I don't actually care for morality as an idea. I tend much more towards ethics, a prioritized system of values, giving you your oughts, if you will. If we value human life above human freedom, then there's a clear ought in there when there's a conflict,
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah. I found a new button, by the way.
Notion. A law is an enforceable standard of conduct established by a recognized authority. This principle is applicable in any kind of society, whether it be civil governments, families, churches, businesses, clubs, or whatever. The requisite of a law is a penalty, and the swift enforcement of that penalty when an infraction occurs. No well-functioning society at any level can be governed with suggestions. A law is an instructor because it defines right and wrong and coerces a code of conduct based on someone's concept of morality. So the question is not whether or not morality can be legislated. The question is whose morality is being legislated and by what standard.
So we see he's already starting to slip into a little bit of question beggary. He's presuming that legislation of morality is just going to happen. And you can make a philosophical case for that, but he's trying to shift the subject over to whose morality? Like, let's not discuss the actual question or the substitute question. Let's discuss something over here instead. In his opening.
Well, there's a disconnect between the two, because morality is sort of what you ought to do. It's all about oughts kind of thing. Legislature is more prescription for how people sort of what penalty is ascribed to them if they do something that is rejected by society. So the two things are very different. Don't get me wrong. Morality absolutely informs legislature and therefore laws, but you can't just say, hey, they're essentially the same thing, or law is just morality in sort of a codified form. No, definitely not. Because when we're talking about oughts, there's no sort of penalty coming with them. There's no sort of, well, you ought to do this if someone does that. No, it's more about what you ought to do and what you ought not to do. It doesn't really come with this prescription for penalty with it. You know, and there might be morality around penalties, you know, like, should you do this to this person if they do this action? But that's not really the same as laws saying, if you do this thing, then you will get 3 to 5 years kind of thing. Like, that's really what laws are about. Right. So I think he's made a disconnect of just to start off with. And it's done by these people a lot because there's tons of morality that we wouldn't put into legislature. This is a problem I have with people. Right, there's a problem I have with Andrew Wilson. You know, like, should ought you swear at somebody in the street? Well, no, probably not. But should you lock them up for it? No, absolutely not. You know, that's not what you do.
And it is problematic the other way around too, because it sets the groundwork for that conflation between legality and morality. Well, the law says I can, therefore it must be moral. Or the law says slavery is legal, therefore slavery is moral. For example.
Is that morality based on? If it's not based on the Bible, then it's based on something else. So you might.
Very astute, Matthew.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I think he's trying to set up sort of a, well, if it's not based upon the Bible, it's based upon subjective things, your feelings or whatever, and he's probably trying to set it up like that. Like, there's no grounding for morality, you have no grounding, therefore, you know, it doesn't exist.
Right. Well, I mean, we'll see what he does with it, but I suspect you're correct. Like, and worse than that, he's equating your subjective opinion with every other potential moral system, whether fully realized or based on a different religion, with just as much grounding as his has. But never mind.
Correct.
Be thinking, well, there are other writings from other religions that address ethics and morality. What makes the Bible so special?
Excellent question.
Well done, Ember. You just preempted it. Completely saw that coming. Yeah. Absolutely.
It's not because I watched ahead to get the times on where things started.
Starters, the Bible isn't like any other book that's ever been written. It had a total of 40 different writers. Some were highly educated, and others were just farmers, ranchers, and fishermen. All of
Is that a
Well-
plus? Is that a plus for it?
I mean, taking that at face value, that's not the greatest recommendation, but like, there are a lot of illiterate people in the Bible. They didn't write their books because they're illiterate, like the synoptic gospels, for example. They all start out with, this is the tradition that was passed down to us, and I'm writing it, so it's written.
And
Like
you know,
a lot
if you
of
look
this
at
shit was oral.
if you look at the Pentateuch, like who wrote that? Was it Moses? That we don't know. Like it certainly wasn't Moses, by the way. Just saying. Like the Old Testament wasn't Moses. So who was it? We don't know. But having like a number of different writers, some of who were like fishermen and stuff, that isn't a plus for it.
Did you know that since J.M. Barrie's death and the concept of Peter Pan passed into the public domain, there have been over 40 different writers who contributed to the greater story of Neverland. Some
Yeah.
of them are better writers than others, but I mean, apparently that means Neverland is real because so many people wrote about it. How could they all know unless they were given divine revelation?
Well, if you look at sort of, the history of, say, consequentialism or utilitarianism, like it's had multiple writers contributing to it over the years. Any philosophical system will have, hundreds of writers contributing to that system. So who cares? This is a moot point. It's sort of just irrelevant. It's a red herring. It doesn't matter. Is he including the the gospels that were taken out, like the infancy gospel and stuff?
I know, like which books are we counting? Because how many authors depends on which version you're looking at, The
Right.
Catholic one has a few more. The Ethiopian one has a different number and a different composition. And then there's the Mormon one. Like, what do you even count the Mormon one as? Is it one extra author because it's Joseph Smith, or is it Lehi and Shanghai and Blowhigh and all whoever the fuck else? Nephi, that's the one.
Nephi. Yeah.
Like, how do you count?
I can almost guarantee this guy will not accept Mormons as Christians. I can just feel it,
Probably not. No.
Yeah.
them wrote on religion, history, poetry, ethics, politics, science, philosophy, the creation of the universe, where it's going, and where they think it will all end.
And they get most of that wrong, but details.
Can I just also point out, I can see you taking notes, Zoe, and I wanna give a big well done. I can see you keeping track, keeping notes, because this sounds like it's going to be like bafflingly bad, and you will get distracted. Like,
Hey,
it's
brother,
just ridiculous.
this is actually a credit to you. In fact, I almost mentioned something here already about this, because one of the things so many things that I did so much better than my last debate, as I mentioned, were because of the advice that you guys gave me. And that's something you specifically told me in the future, because my first debate, during my cross-examination, I didn't really even address my opponent's opening statement directly. I had my own arguments that I was trying more focused on, whereas in this debate, I used your advice and I literally took notes throughout. And you could, it's much, much more effective. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah. It just makes a world of difference.
Hell yeah. See, your insistence on notes makes the world objectively more ethical.
These 40 writers separated from each other and couldn't communicate by phone, text, or email.
Except for, the whole writing things down, and that's how text works, but never mind.
They all wrote over a time span of about 1,500 years, and their writings were compiled into one book. This proves that the Bible, with its 40 authors, ultimately had just one author.
Does it prove that?
What?
I don't think that
How?
proves that.
How? What?
We seem to have missed a step in our calculations there, but
The claims of the Bible are unlike any other book. There has never been any archaeological discovery that has ever contradicted the truth of the Bible.
Well, that's just not true.
Yeah, I don't know about archaeological, but definitely entire field of geology contradicts the flood. Just saying. Oh, and there's been archaeological stuff to contradict the Exodus, right? Like that the Canaanites were slaves in Egypt because there is no cultural crossover. There's no record of it in the Egyptian things. There's a lot of archaeology to suggest that never happened.
And the conquest, like the walls of Jericho were like 400 years before the Israelite army showed up. It just, there's a lot that's wrong. And so,
right.
To be clear, folks, when I suggest that you use powerful rhetoric to try to get the audience on your side, I'm not saying make big claims that are obviously false. That doesn't actually help. You're going to get laughed at if you do that, especially when they're obviously false.
Yeah.
On the contrary, there have been several archaeological discoveries that have confirmed the truth of the Bible. One thing the Bible did that no other religious book in the world has ever done.
We're not going to mention any of them.
Is
well,
accurately.
And plus, the Bible could be completely true and doesn't really speak to the morality of it. You know, like I don't know where this is going for a moral system. I think that he's basically saying, hey, the Bible is true. Okay, could you get onto the moral part of it, please?
Right?
Predict the future. Buddhist, Confucianist, Muslims, and other, they all have their own sacred writings, but none of them have the element of predicting the future like the Bible does. Firstly, there are dozens of verses that predicted the coming of Christ the Messiah, and that...
Well, no, not really, no, but whatever.
actually happened. Secondly, there are prophecies that predicted the destruction of Jerusalem, Babylon, Ammon, Philistia, Syria, Edom, Hazar, Moab, Elam, and Tyre.
Oh, I'm so glad he mentioned Tyre. You know,
what's
the
that,
city
Ezekiel?
that will never be rebuilt.
Is that Ezekiel? Tyre? The prophecy at Tyre?
Either Ezekiel or Isaiah, I forget. I've never been that kind of minister.
Yeah, so the prophecy is basically that Nebuchadnezzar would bring Tyre to its knees and it would destroy the entire city, with it never being rebuilt, and would only be a spot for fishermen for the rest of time, basically. Tyre famously still stands to this day. There's still people living there. They had to do, and that prophecy went on to say that Nebuchadnezzar would go north into Egypt and wipe them out because he couldn't conquer Tyre, which they prophesized. It's weird. Which he failed to do as well. Like, it's a double failure of prophecy. But they've had to really grapple to sort of make that work and say, oh, they were talking about Alexander later. And it's like, no, they specifically referred to Nebuchadnezzar. They mentioned him by name. It's very strange. It's very strange.
It is very strange because it's one of those rare cases when a prophecy is actually specific. Like, normally it'll say something like, the great king will push his enemies into the sea. Oh, that must be about Tyre. But this says Nebuchadnezzar.
Yep.
This was a key part here during this debate where, because as you both know, having been in debates, especially with how little experience I had, I was really fighting my own thoughts and trying to stay focused on what do I need to pay attention to. And I saw these talking points as essentially, even whether he intended to or not, to be a trap. Like, I could have gotten caught up in the weeds of arguing about prophecies and efficacy of the Bible, all these different things that really had nothing to do with my arguments or the topic in general, I felt. So I was really trying to weed this out in my mind and figure out, is there anything in here I could use effectively in the short time I'm given? Because that was another obstacle, is that I wanted to have a longer format for each of these openings and cross examinations and stuff. And he wanted a format that was much shorter. because he really didn't want to be held accountable to his arguments. You know what I mean? He wanted like a 3-minute cross-examination. And I was like, no way, you could filibuster 3 minutes with this kind of nonsense. So I said, you got to give me more than 3 minutes. So I was trying to maximize the time as much as possible, which is why I didn't point out logical fallacies, because as you'll see going forward, it would have been a waste of my time to try and explain to him what a red herring was. He didn't even know what objective and subjective meant. You know what I mean? So I just skipped past a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, that's valid. I mean, especially when you're on a tight timer, because so often you're going to run into people who are boldly arguing things and have no idea what the fundamental principles they're talking about even are. I'm looking at you, Kent Ovend.
That reminds me of my last debate against Jim Bob with evolution.
Oh,
like
my
he
goodness.
wants to debate evolution, didn't know what mitosis and meiosis were. It's just
it's fun. It's fun. But you are right. There's actually something about a cunningness, if not a strategy, to this, the way a lot of these very uneducated people, let's say, just shotgun a whole bunch of claims, because every claim that you go herring off after is more time you're not on the topic. And, you know, everybody from William Lane Craig down considers avoiding the point to be a win in their favor.
muddy the waters.
Mm-hmm.
And all
We've
those
got a
prophecies
question, actually. Just
came-
1 second.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Ember. Just someone in the chat's asking, is objective ethics on Twitter and or Blue Sky?
Oh no, I don't even have my own platform. I technically have a channel because when I used to build boats and sell boats, I used my channel to promote my invention, because I'm a builder, a designer and stuff. So yeah, that's really my specialty is building boats. But now that I sold the business and sold the product and sold my patents and everything, I don't even sell the boats anymore. So I just shut my channel down to I might have one silly little video on there, but for the most part, this is all I do on social media.
Well, I mean, you can always open it, and it's an experience. I wouldn't bully you into it like I was bullied into it, but it's an experience. You know, it's
I just started
journey.
getting into the Discord thing, which has been a blessing and a curse, because I've now got a group of Christian trolls that are after me everywhere I go.
Yeah.
And what a nightmare.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it comes with the territory, much like you know, Aunt Jer and many of our other great mods just kind of appear and start dropping wisdom and such.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that every secular channel, Titan Uranus, just comes with a wrench? Like, you set up the channel, boop, there he is. Mm-hmm. It's in the YouTube TOS or something.
To pass. On September 17th, 1796, George Washington gave this advice in his farewell address to the nation, quote, "Of all the dispositions and habits which lead to a political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports," end of quote. When George Washington took the oath of office, he placed his right hand on an open Bible. So I think it would be fairly safe to assume that George Washington believed that society should be based on biblical morality.
That's a hell of an assumption.
That is, yeah. Right. That's sort of an appeal to authority kind of thing.
Very, and also
can we
wrong.
can we also point out George Washington owned slaves? Is that?
Mm-hmm. He sure did. I mean,
well, he did let them go after he died. So I mean, he was such a sweetheart.
Yes.
Yeah, at least he didn't demand they follow him into the afterlife or something.
Like
what a guy
or something. I know. Well, you know, he cut down a cherry tree that one time, and then, according to Washington Irving, he just was unable to lie about it. I guess that means he was autistic, and therefore we should have autistic leaders, or something.
I think of worse things.
It's true.
My little nephew is autistic, and I'm telling you, in his own way, he's absolutely brilliant. He's also the most loving, sweetest, kindest human being you could ever possibly hope to meet. So I'd much rather have a person like that in charge than compared to what's going on these days.
You know, that's the total tangent upon tangent, but which is why we have those emojis, because people come here for the tangents. It's literally on the merch, like so. We have merch now. There's tangents, but that's a tangent on the tangent.
Nice.
We talk a lot about who should be qualified to hold office, especially after the recent rampage of extremely corrupt, extremely stupid motherfuckers in charge. Should we have an IQ test? Should we have a leadership capability test? Should we have a educational test? What if we did a compassion test? Like, you don't have to be the best educated person in the universe. You just have to care. You have to care enough to get the best educated people on your team, to get the people with the
I don't think
tactical
you need
knowledge
that.
to run,
I don't think you need that. You just need an educated public. That's all you need.
I would hope to, yes. It would be a plus anyway. Ay.
Remember, before the United States existed, we were a collection of 13 colonies that had their own constitutions before the United States Constitution was ever written.
Well, we were 13 colonies who were part of the British Empire under English rule in the English Parliament. It's not like we were just anarchic states doing our own thing.
Right.
But I digress.
At the time of the founding of the United States, the constitutions of all 13 colonies required a declaration of faith in Christianity in order for one to serve in government.
Two things. First of all, that's not true. 9 of them did, but never mind that. The second thing, this is taken word for word from a speech by Charlie Kirk. He isn't even parroting, he's fucking plagiarizing.
Wow. I did not know that. I did not watch Charlie Kirk at all in any way, shape,
I don't
or
really
form.
either. I only know it because
Right.
in the wake of the end of his podcasting career, to put it that way, people started bringing up things from his past, and his fans brought up this one instance where he was at a conference. There were like 3 other people on the panel or whatever, and he just overtalked everyone and started dropping made up fact after made up fact.
Right.
He was a fucking encyclopedia. And so when I saw this, I was like, that looks awful fucking familiar, like something I just watched.
Yeah, so so he's kind of. I mean, I'm sure that he doesn't know the difference between when we say morality. There's 2 ways you can sort of go about it. One is a sort of a descriptor of it, like basically the morality of Japan has different things than the morality of United States, right? You can sort of say use it as to describe the oughts that a society does run in, but there's also a normative kind of thing. So when you're talking about, like, what the morals should be, or what the morals are, or what they ought to be, you're really talking about the normative, like what should all rational people agree to as the basis for their oughts. So he's kind of going into describing, like, the morality of past America, like they didn't have anything wrong with them, that we would say today, hey, we can't do that, it's immoral. So I don't know why he's sort of tying his moral wagon as such to this really, sort of primitive version of Christian morality, where they had slaves and they exploited people and they, invaded people and killed them, and just generally was a bad time for everybody. Like, I don't understand why he's doing that. He's basically drawing attention to the fact that it's sort of an argument from tradition. Like, hey, we traditionally we were Christians, so that's what morality should be. Well, no, that's a logical fallacy. It doesn't follow. Just because something's traditional doesn't mean it's good.
Slavery's another great example, and you're also
Yep.
You touch on some interesting things, like George Washington, for example. As most people may be aware, after his death, there was a campaign to deify him. There's a statue in the Capitol building called the Apotheosis of Washington, where he's doing the fucking Zeus statue thing. He's in the toga and everything, and it's like, Wowzers. We were so close to coming up with a new American religion before Joseph Smith ever walked the earth, but that's a whole other thing. He also started what we call the French and Indian War. He was a lieutenant in the British military before he betrayed them to lead the rebel forces. He went Benedict Arnold before Benedict Arnold was cool. And he came across a band of Quebec allied Native Americans who were on the American side of things, or well, the British colonial side of the boundary, the frontier, whatever the fuck, and annihilated them. And it started a big fucking war, which led to the taxes, which led to the revolution. So that's fun. Now, in fairness, it's not his fault per se. It's just weird that he was directly involved in the incident that ignited the war that ignited the other war.
Well, look, in fairness, the French and English did not need much of an excuse to fight.
That's true. Rembrandt says he was a light colonel. I could have the rank off. He did have a lot of ranks over the many years.
In 9 out of the 13 original states, their constitution specific.
Minor point, but we didn't have 13 original states. Only, shit, I forget how it was broken up. But the point is, we had 13 colonies. There were 14 states because Vermont was disputed territory between New York and New Hampshire. And they didn't want to have anything to do with the Articles of Confederation version of the U.S. that preceded the Constitution. So they were briefly an independent nation as a state. But details.
Specifically required that one be a Bible-believing Protestant in order to serve in government. 55 out of the 56 original signers of the Declaration of Independence were Bible-believing and church-attending Christians.
That's also not true, but also not actually relevant.
Yeah, a lot of them were
The book of
Deuteronomy.
Quite a lot.
Deuteronomy was very influential and often quoted at the time of the framing of the U.S. Constitution.
Some people quoted it. Some people went to great lengths to not include it, but details.
While the U.S. Constitution does not explicitly quote the book of Deuteronomy, it draws its inspiration from biblical principles such as the separation of powers, the consent of the governed, and that our rights ultimately come from God and not our civil governments.
Really,
No.
if you want to talk about one book for morality in the Bible, Deuteronomy is not it. Like,
Right?
seriously, Deuteronomy is one of the worst books. Like, its passages on slaves and selling your daughter into slavery are pretty bad. I don't know why you would go for this. Like, out of all the books, maybe Exodus is slightly worse.
Yeah, there's a lot that's pretty sus in there, but you know.
Did you know that one of the first acts of the Continental Congress in 1774 was to order the taxpayer funding for the printing and distribution of 20,000 Bibles? Did you know that?
I don't think that's true, but I'm not sure. So let's look it up. Did the Continental Congress order the printing of 20,000 Bibles?
I'm not up to date on my American history. I'm sorry. I don't know.
On September 11th, 1777, after the revolution, a legislative committee recommended the importation of 20,000 Bibles from Holland, Scotland, and elsewhere. And that's according to the Gospel Coalition. Let's see what USA Today says. There are pluses and minuses in their reporting quality in recent years, but in full disclosure, I did used to write for them, so I'm still a little partial. The first Bible printed in America. I have to, yeah, it opened a new tab, didn't it? Okay. Social media users claim Congress shirked separation of church and state by printing America's first Christian Bible. Did you know the first Bible printed in America was printed by Congress for use in our public schools? Well, that's an issue right there because we didn't have public schools until much, much later, but never mind. Of course, it's a Facebook post. Of course it is. Okay, the first Bible printed in America was translated into an Algonquin tribal language in an effort to evangelize to indigenous people. While Congress did endorse the first English language Bible printed in America, it did not print the Bible, pay for it, or suggest it be used in public schools. There's nothing about the 1777 thing that I'm seeing yet. Okay, here it is. In 1777, Aiken printed a New Testament at his own expense, and in 1781, he petitioned Congress to publish a Bible under the authority of the new government, says the curator of the Museum of the Bible. He also noted the book could be put to use of schools, but that petition received no response. So he sent a second petition in 1782, which was taken up by a special committee. Congress approved the request on September 10th, 1782, calling it a pious and laudable undertaking and an instance of the progress of arts in this country. In an entry in the Journals of the American Congress shows. Being satisfied from the above report, Aiken's care and accuracy in the execution of the work, they recommended this edition of the Bible to the inhabitants of the United States and hereby authorize him to publish his recommendation in the manner he shall think proper. The entry reads, Cloha said that while both private individuals in Congress saw benefits to printing American Bibles, Congress's recommendation did not foot the bill for Aiken's project nor authorize its printing by Congress. The legislature's approval also notably does not address Aiken's assertion that the Bible should be used by schools. Aiken, not Congress, described his publication as a neat edition of Holy Scriptures for the use in schools, said Catherine Bruckus, a professor of history of religion in America at Harvard Divinity School. It goes on and on and on, but I think we get the point. It's a Facebook mishmash of not quite history.
Leviticus 25:18 was inscribed on the Liberty Bell, which reads, proclaim liberty throughout the land which you are in. Some of our criminal and civil codes at the local, state, and federal level of our civil governments are based on Old Testament case law and the Ten Commandments.
Not really, no, not even a little bit. I mean, so one, for example, is Solomon's, the wisdom of Solomon, the example that's always given by every pastor in every church of how wise Solomon was. The two women quibbling over the baby. And Solomon goes, well, the solution is simple. Cut the baby in half and you each get half. And the real mother, because he didn't propose it as a serious solution, he was a clever bloke, he was. And so the real mother, caring more about the baby than her own possession of her child, said, no, she can have it. I don't want the baby to be hurt. Well, that proved she's the real mother. That's how wise Solomon is. The fucker proposed sawing a child in half.
Mhm.
Case law in the Old Testament. Clearly, this is how we handle things in the U.S. now. I mean, it kind of is when you get into the whole gun violence thing, but never mind that. It's not actually in case law that we should make it a practice to saw children in half. Fucking wild. But one thing that everyone could make a good practice of is becoming a member, like Dade Murphy just did, joining at the match level, which is only 99 cents a month, and you get access to all the fun emojis which are voted on by the members, so don't blame me if you don't like them. The members voted on them. And whenever we get around to having... So when we get certain numbers of members, different slots open up, and whenever we get a new level and a new slot opens, the members get to vote on the new emoji. So if you're a member whenever that happens, then you get to participate in making the new emojis. So, but thank you, Dade. I appreciate it. It helps the channel, which is at the moment my sole source of income. So I very much appreciate you helping me keep the lights on.
I do have something to share, and I want to just go to what everything that he's doing can be summed up under one fallacious argument, and that is the appeal to tradition. It's a logical fallacy that occurs when someone claims that because an action or belief is traditional, it must be good or true, right? So that's what he's doing. He's saying, hey, traditionally in America, we have used the Bible in order to inform our laws, legislature, all of this kind of thing. The example that this one gives, and it's a good example, this medicine has been used by people since ancient history, therefore it must be an effective way to treat diseases. It's basically saying, hey, we've always done it like that, so it must be good. And it applies both to things that are true, like it must treat diseases effectively, or it can apply to morality, like, oh, our forefathers have always kept slaves, it must be the right thing to do. That's not necessarily true, and that's all that he's doing. That's all that he is doing so far. I just wanted to share that with you.
Hell yeah.
There are several displays of the Ten Commandments inside and outside the United States Supreme Court, including prominent displays in the Library of Congress and on the floor of the National Archives.
And those are contentious. Like, people keep suing over those because they're a huge violation of the First Amendment to the Constitution. But details.
The laws that we have against perjury in our legal system descended from the Ninth Commandment. You shall not bear false witness. We have
Not really. Just because they say similar things for similar reasons doesn't mean that the one caused the other. But whatever. It's not important.
homicide laws in every state that makes the distinction between murder and manslaughter.
See, this is another one of those examples of he's effectively trying to give the Bible credit for things that were already the law in every culture everywhere. Like, thou shalt not kill. Oh, before that, people were killing all willy-nilly. And what did they do immediately after getting the commandments? Go kill a bunch of people. Like, the fuck? It's incredible to me that he's like, oh, yeah, before the Bible, no one knew not to do murder, except every civilization ever, because that's a foundational principle. In order to build a civilization, you have to all agree to not murder each other, or it won't work.
Well, even if you do an internal critique, like Cain and Abel, Cain tried to cover up his crime. Why? They didn't have the Bible, so how did they know that murder was wrong? Well, they didn't need the Bible to know that.
Right. That's an excellent, excellent point. I like that a lot.
The concept that makes the distinction between murder and manslaughter descended from Old Testament case law. Old Testament case law covers other issues that we face today in our modern society, such as slander and falsehood, property damage, sexual offenses, personal injury, kidnapping, burglary, fraud, and theft.
And the Bible also lays down a whole bunch of laws that have to do with things that we no longer deem to be ethical, like, slavery. And also, every culture around them had similar laws, often better laws with regards to many of these things. But again, details.
And they weren't the first code to be written down, by the way. I think the first one was I can't remember the name. Wasn't it like the Codex of Uru or something like that? It's a weird ancient one, even before the sort of Babylonian one.
There was the Code of Hammurabi, which is the most infamous and influential, historians say. But we have Ugaritic texts that go back even further than that, back to Sumer. So codification of a lot of these laws was already being done in cuneiform writing. So it goes back much, much further than the history, even than the Code of Hammurabi. But I think the Code of Hammurabi, is that Assyrian or Babylonian? That might be
Babylonian.
It is Babylonian. Yeah. Okay.
No,
right.
It's the Code of Ur-Nammu. It's a 22nd century BC by a Sumerian ruler Ur-Nammu. So it's sort of over 3,000 years ago.
Now that's an old code. Hell, 4,000 years ago at this point.
It predates the Bible completely. So
Oh yeah, all of it. It's fucking wild. Yeah, it's and also worth noting that code is the oldest surviving one. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily the first. again, to have civilization, you have to, maybe not laws as we think of them today, but you have to have understandings and agreements, and injustices will be dealt with, even if it's by a mob.
Now, just because most of our founding fathers thought that the society that they were creating should be based on biblical morality, does this mean that the society that they created was perfect? No. Are there parts of our society that were not based on biblical morality that could have been or could be? Yes. Is the US Constitution a perfect document? No. It's a good document, but not a perfect document.
Yes, that's intentional. Which, if you're gonna make the case that it's inspired by the Bible, yada yada, why isn't it? Where's the Holy Spirit when they were writing the Bill of Rights? Why did we have to get to the 19th Amendment before women had anything resembling equality? Why did we have to get to the 14th Amendment before African descended people had anything resembling equality? Like, where was Jesus when the words needed to be spoken? But I digress. The point of it is that it's imperfect. The founders, the one piece of wisdom they genuinely had was understanding that culture will change over time, that moral values will change over time. And so they left the document with procedures to amend it later.
Yep.
Because I believe that society should be based on biblical morality, does this mean that I advocate for the stoning of adulterers and homosexuals? No. Or does this mean that I...
So you think you know better morals than the Holy Handbook of Perfection? Interesting. That's an interesting take for his opening. Like, I was expecting that to come up later on in like a rebuttal phase or something. Like, if you think the Bible's morals are perfect, do you believe these things? Well, he's just addressing it up front. He's saying these things the Bible says are not only moral, but law. Nope, we're not doing those. Well, the fuck is your case, my guy?
advocate that we turn our constitutional republic into a theocracy? No. While I would be the first to admit that our society is not perfect, I can tell you this: our society is better than most, if not all, the societies that existed during the course of human history. Let's look at some societies.
For certain values of better, but by all means, go down your fucking rabbit trail that also has nothing to do with the topic of the debate. I'm sure it'll be fun.
And there seems to be sort of a exceptionalism that I'm finding very sort of disagreeable here. To say that America is the best society of all in history, I'm not sure that would be accurate, to be honest with you. It does have a massive military, but it also has sort of the most number of incarcerated citizens per capita. So, I don't know why you would just say, hey, it's the most successful, and what metric are you measuring that against?
Happiest? Nope. Best lifespans? Nope. Most well educated? Nope. Like, what do you mean?
Infant mortality, deaths in childbirth, none of those it leads the way on, unfortunately.
Yeah. Spielkalb makes a fun point. As soon as he judges the standards of the Bible, he admits he's using other standards.
Well, he's using sort of a cherry-picked version of it. He's sort of just taking out what he wants to use. I would have found it more compelling, not a good argument, more compelling to say, hey, I'm taking the New Testament rather than the Old Testament kind of thing, because at least there's some sort of demarcation that you're going, hey, here's one thing that I don't use, and here's one thing that I do, and here is a line between them, the Old and New. But he's just sort of said, hey, there's all this stuff in morality in the Bible I just ignore because I don't agree with it.
He saved me a lot of work, because I had an entire line of argumentation already prepared for that, because that's kind of the coping mechanism that a lot of Christians do, obviously. Well, we don't really care about the Old Testament, but he just went right to it, which was good, because in order for me to land my argument, if he was going to dip and dodge away from the Old Testament, was to bring up the Old Testament verses that say the law is permanent, and that even after the new heaven and new earth, we're going to be doing the sin sacrifice at the temple and all these other things that tie them back together. And he saved me a lot of legwork there.
Right.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's very
What a
helpful.
nice guy.
So yeah, he's specifically invoking the Old Testament, and then he's saying, I don't believe in these parts of it. Well, why? What's your standard to say the thing you're saying should be the basis of morals isn't moral? What's more moral than that that's helping you make determinations? And maybe we should be using that thing instead of the thing that you've just declared is not moral. Maybe.
Right.
I'm a silly bean, though.
Societies that were overtly unbiblical, like Stalin's communist Soviet Union, where he killed between 10 and 20 million people, or Mao Zedong's communist China.
Minor detail, but again, I'm pedantic. I know, and there's so much stuff I'm just letting slide. Stalin, as you may recall, killed roughly 20 million people, give or take. Yahweh, however, killed 100 million, a billion. We don't know the population of the earth at the time of the flood, but that's fine because it was God doing it. It's all good. And also, it's worth noting that Stalin, after he, killed a whole bunch of holy dudes for the Eastern Orthodox Church, he reformed the Eastern Orthodox Church with himself as the head. So,
but he was... Well, he also never really trusted the Eastern Orthodox Church, because that's what totalitarian dictators generally do. They will wipe out anybody that possibly could be a threat to them. So, and Mao sort of saying, hey, he killed all of these people. Well, it was more due to sheer incompetence and sort of stupidity of selling all of the food for profit overseas when his own people were starving. And don't get me wrong, it's horrible, but it's not like they went out and said, okay, I'm going to kill all. Both of them did it through mismanagement of their empires, rather than some kind of, oh, well, I'm going to go out and, end these people like Yahweh did, right? Like, it wasn't, a lot of it was, and dreadful, don't get me wrong, absolutely dreadful. But, Mao in particular, he was just, starvation did most of the work there, rather than, their reigns of terror, which were very real. But, it's sort of interesting to note.
Also interesting to note, to turn things the other way around, if a system is more evil based on the number of millions of people that it's killed, the United States, what he professes is like the best country God ever gave humanity or whatever, just since September 11th, 2001, just since then, the US military has, that we can confirm, been responsible for the deaths, either directly or indirectly, of 4.5 million people, give or take, because data is a little hard to come by. Million people just since 9/11. You want to add in Vietnam, the Korean War, World War II? I mean, you can argue World War II is justified because we were fighting the other person who was killing a whole fuck ton of millions of people, but you're still killing people. And if all that matters to your metric is the number of people killed, you have a bit of a problem. So yeah, the US isn't innocent in all of this. We're very rapidly approaching just as bad as whichever evil dictator he cares to name. And again, that's just since 9/11. We want to factor in the Trail of Tears, perhaps, or the pre-incorporational purges, perhaps, the smallpox blankets, perhaps.
Well, let's not just focus on the US. Let's talk about the amount of people that Christianity has killed, like the religion has killed. From, the doctrine of discovery, where they would basically just go, and if no Christian lived there, then there were no people living there, and they just took whatever they wanted. It's the foundation for colonialism, essentially. endorsed by the Pope at the time, I might add. He really made it the doctrine of discovery. Aside from that, all of the Inquisitions, all of the Holy Wars, Crusades, all of that stuff, you can't just go, well, Christianity makes people not kill. That is not the experience that we've had in the past, not by a long shot. So just leaving the US aside, your own system doesn't preclude people from killing. In fact, much the opposite. And if you want to compare that to totalitarian dictators, I'm not saying that, hey, Christianity is worse than these totalitarian dictators, but what I'm saying is that I don't think it was due to a lack or a abundance of religion in their systems that caused that. Like, he's basically just saying, hey, these people without religion killed people. Yeah, but people with religion killed people as well.
They're quite well known for it.
Right.
I mean, that's the whole reason the Christians are terrified of Muslims. Oh, the brown people, they're going to behead us all. The fuck. Just so much the fuck.
Where he killed between 40 and 80 million people. Or Pol Pot's communist Cambodia, where he killed between 1.5 million and 2 million people. In today's times, how many of you want to go live in Cuba, North Korea, Russia?
I might actually. Cuba's not the worst option these days. For one thing, LGBT people have rights there. That's a good start. Also, healthcare. Access to healthcare is kind of a plus. Now, yes, their economy is a little bit stunted because of the US's trade embargo, because the US doesn't like their economic system. And yes, there are lots and lots and lots and lots of other issues about Cuba, and we could get into the comparisons of that or whatever. The point is, there are some good reasons a person might actually prefer Cuba over the US.
Has anyone heard of the Taiping Rebellion?
It rings a bell. I can't quite nail it off the top of my head, but I have heard of it.
It's something that's very relatively unknown outside of China. It's called the Taiping Rebellion, or the Christian Revolt in China. So it lasts about 14 years, from 1850 to 1864, just rampaged across China. Now, it was basically led by a guy, Hong Zhiquan, a guy who said he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ, right? So it was a guy coming forth saying, I am the younger brother of Jesus Christ, and I'm here to sort of, promote the teachings of Jesus and, do heaven on earth, all that kind of stuff. Now, the missionaries in China originally promoted it because, of course, having he was really promoting Christianity and it was gaining traction. By the time they started opposing it, because he was out of control, it was too late. Now, the deaths from that revolt was 20 to 30 million people, with estimates reaching high as 70 million or more. Okay, and that's within the last 200 years, right? 1850 to 1864. Think about that. Okay, like it was basically, a recent history in China. So if you do wonder why China has this crackdown on religion thing, you've got to factor in its past experience with religion. Like, so many people died in that. But that's something that they just completely ignore and say, well, it wasn't a real Christian. And it's like, well, how come is it every time one of these horrendous things happen due to Christianity, you're saying, well, that's not us? But every time something good happens, they're the real Christians. It's this Texas sharpshooter. You're counting all the hits and ignoring all the misses. You've got 100% accuracy. And this is something that I found to be consistent. When you bring up something like this, directly caused by the religion of Christianity, they disavow it and say, well, that wasn't a Christian thing. Of course it was. He claimed to be the brother of Jesus.
Well, fuck. I mean, I'd heard about it, but I didn't know details. That's a fucking crazy number of people.
Yeah.
So yeah, Matthew, tell us more about your book of morality.
Iran or Venezuela. Do you know that there are 52 countries in our world today that either ban the Bible outright or severely restrict its distribution?
That seems kind of sus. Now, I don't want to fact check every fucking thing he says, but the number of times he makes a direct claim and it turns out to be false so far is 100%. So I kind of want to fact check that one. How many countries ban the Bible?
Well, I presume it's Muslim countries kind of thing. You know, they ban the Christian Bible. I don't think that sort of saying, hey, we don't think Muslims are doing the right thing either, really. So I don't know why he would use that in this particular debate against, an agnostic or atheist.
The other thing I don't understand, and I had too many talking points that I wasn't going to be able to get to everything in the short 7 minutes of cross examination, so I had to let a lot of stuff go. But I'm thinking in my mind, how does the fact that several nations are banning the Bible, how is that helping your argument that the Bible should be used as a grounding for society? I mean, to me, that I don't even get what it doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah, how is that relevant to anything? Like, holy shit. That's crazy. So it looks like that's, of course, evangelical propaganda. It looks like certain versions of the Bible have been banned in certain countries at certain points in time. For example, in Italy, there was shit. I'm trying to read too much and talk at the same time. Leopold II had a ban on a certain version of the Protestant Bible because there was a conflict with the Archbishop of Florence, and they ended up burning some Catholic translations, and it got interesting. So it looks like that 52 includes countries across all of history, but also when they say banned or restricted, they're referring to countries where Christianity is illegal. You actually can have a Bible, but you can't be a Christian because by law you're required to be another religion. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Those countries don't have a problem with the high influx of immigrants coming into their countries because nobody wants to go there. While the United States may not be a perfect society, it is still the most desired place for people all over the world to come to. Now,
I don't think that's true at the moment.
Right. There's not only are there refugees from the United States right now in various countries all over the world, there's at least one who's been in the chat that I know for sure is a US citizen who is living elsewhere because of our authoritarian bullshit. And I myself have considered getting the fuck out. The only reason I'm still here is because I have legal stuff pending, but never mind. That's a different discussion. There are advisories. Several of the Nordic countries, New Zealand, I believe Australia, has an advisory. Don't travel to the US unless you absolutely have to. Because they'll send you to El Salvador. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, people do not want to come here, generally speaking, right now.
Why do you suppose that is?
Why do you suppose that is, Matthew? Because the reason that we have refugees, why we have travel advisories against us, why we have all these various things is because a bunch of people held up this book and said, let's overthrow the government and put this in place instead. How's that working out, Matthew? I'm starting to get a little worked up. It happens.
No, that's okay. I get you. And I mean, it's not, if that happened to my country, I'd be exactly the same place kind of thing. But I sort of remembered last night that when I first started this ridiculous YouTube journey that I'm on, I said I'm worried about with the decline of Christianity, I'm worried about what their response to it is going to be. With people leaving churches so much, and it seems like their response is to essentially embed Christianity into the political system in such a massive way that they will filter it down to the rest of the community, kind of thing. And it's really worrying that there's been an uptick in the more fundamentalist churches, kind of thing. They were downturning, according to Pew Research statistics, they were downturning for people going to, more accepting and more moderate churches, but that seems to have reversed lately, which is horrifying. And it may be a reaction to them feeling like they're losing power in some way. But I didn't expect this. It's incredible.
Yeah, the last dying gasps of a regressive strain of the religion. Now, this has happened before in the past. Hell, when the Roman Empire broke up, there was a fragments of Christianity that wanted to be progressive, and other fragments that were like, no, things are getting worse. We need to be more regressive. And it just, whenever there's instability, let us say, there's always people who want to take religion as a lever of control and shift the country forward, be progressive, and try to adapt to the circumstances and make things better so that the country survives. And there's other people who are like, no, we need to go the other direction. That big old cliff, we need to drive right the fuck off it because it's the only way to make sure our country survives. And then the country inevitably collapses. But that would require reading a history book to know that was going to happen. So whatever.
Well, it's impossible. Sorry, go ahead, Owie.
Oh, all right, brother. Just a quick side note. I don't want to get off on too many tangents, but as somebody who builds boats, and I am licensed by the U.S. Coast Guard to build boats, but my specialty is really building. In fact, my 2 patents that I hold were for building personal watercraft. And so, as you can imagine, I spend a lot of time on the rivers and in the bodies of water around here. And I can tell you that America is one of the most beautiful places in the world. We have so much diversity as far as weather and nature. You can go to the northern states like Montana and spend 4 or 5 months in the snow. Colorado has the Rockies. You can go down south, and there's just so much beauty here in this country. And when I hear people talking about wanting to get the fuck out, I can't blame anybody, because it's just going to shit in, hell in a handbasket. And it just breaks my heart, because I think America, there's such a diversity of beautiful people. There's a diversity of beautiful ideas, art, nature. And it's so crazy that we're just fucking this up so bad.
Well, I love
Sorry,
most of the people from the US, just not the people in charge at the moment. That's all, and that's sort of the main factor. It's got nothing to do with the country itself or the people. It's more to do with who's and how they're running it, basically. So, I mean, being somebody who does not have a citizenship for the United States, I mean, there's some people that have gone there, and because they've spoken out against the administration, they've been swiped, they've been grabbed, and that is horrifying. That is absolutely horrifying.
Yeah, the policing of ideas. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. But I will note that it never works trying to top down sort of determine what the zeitgeist will be. It never seems to work that well. So I don't think I don't know what they're going to do, but I think I think that the Christians will do more harm than to their own cause than good, trying to legislate their religion, because if it doesn't work, and it probably will not, almost it certainly will not. I mean, their current method of sort of international relations and sort of deporting people is unsustainable. It won't work. Like, a lot of people are going to associate this administration with Christianity, so you better be damn sure, if you're a Christian, that that's a administration that you want your religion associated with. And so, think about this. If people are going to be upset at this administration, they're going to lump Christianity in with it, and that's going to be a problem for you.
Mm-hmm. They're explicitly saying they're Christian nationalists. Although I prefer to say nationalist Christians for two reasons. The first is they put the nationalism way the fuck before the Christianity. The second is, of course, because it abbreviates into the convenient not C. Nationalist Christian.
Right. Nat
Yeah.
C. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like you had a little bit of time remaining, but since you're concluding, by all means, Daniel, you can go ahead and have your liberty. There was about maybe 30 seconds left. Thank you, Matthew, for that introduction. By all means, Daniel, whenever you are ready, I'll go ahead and set the timer, and you can go ahead and begin.
So before OE starts, I do just want to point out that he didn't actually make any case for the thing
No.
he's there to present or demonstrate or whatever. Like, not one thing had anything to do with the point.
The only point that he's really made is that successful nations in the past have had Christianity. That's about it. And that is not a great point because, again, it's just an appeal to tradition. It's like we cannot say that Christianity was the reasons those nations were successfully run, because there's a lot of non-Christian nations around the world that are doing just fine. So, he hasn't tied that in. He's just basically said, well, they were Christian and they're still here, or they did well. Okay. Was that because they were Christian?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of non-Christian nations around that are fine as well.
This is a debate about society, not government per se. But these two things are interconnected, as a society is the broad collection of people and the relationships that they form, while government is a structured institution that organizes a society and exercises authority to make and enforce laws. So while we shouldn't just take a narrow view here, what we are specifically talking about is the idea of getting our ethics and moral values that we use to form society from the book most people call the Bible. I prefer to call it what it is: instructions on how to subjugate women, or the manual on how to own slaves, or...
See, now that's rhetoric.
Now,
I like it. That's a strong open.
Justification of genocide. Basically, it is in fact a guide to immorality. The debate tonight is very important because the question, should society be based on biblical morality, leads us down the dark path to a theocratic system of government. We cannot avoid that. It is the end goal. It is the end result. In fact, there are a small handful of countries that still operate on a theocratic system, I think all of which use the Bible as a fundamental doctrine on which to create laws and structure their society. These range from the Christian interpretation of the Bible to the Islamic reading of the Bible. Two things to note here. In all these countries, women are not allowed to vote, and women are told to be submissive to their husbands. This is how degenerate and immoral biblical-based governments are today, and they were significantly more atrocious in the past.
One minor note, it doesn't detract from the thrust of your argument. It's just me being pedantic again about factual stuff. There is at least one theocracy in Southeast Asia that is based on Buddhism, but it's also highly authoritarian.
These things sound terrible and highly immoral? Yes, but those aren't just stories in the Bible. They are prescriptions for behavior as taught by God, Moses, Paul the Apostle, and even Jesus himself. The evidence shows us that nearly every single modern society today that's functional has set up the rules and laws based on secular humanist ideas. What you will hear from my opponent is that there are some people who think those old laws don't apply anymore. But that claim is incoherent if you actually read the Bible. And this is the primary reason we absolutely cannot use the Bible as the grounding for any society. It is internally inconsistent, contradictory, and incoherent. That is why we have 2 billion people spread over tens of thousands of different types of Christianity alone, none of whom agree with each other, or with the billions of Muslims who also use the Bible, and then neither of these groups agree with the hundreds of millions of Jews who are also using the Bible. This is evidence that the Bible is subjective to various interpretations on morality and ethics as well as theology. And what kind of moral laws do we see in the Bible? Well, I'm glad my opponent brought up Leviticus because we'll be talking a little bit about that. And the New Testament as well, because people like to hide behind that. Misogyny. Paul tells wives to keep busy at home and be obedient to their husbands, Titus 2:5. He further clarifies that wives should in everything submit to their husbands, Ephesians 5:24. Slavery. God tells you that you can own people as property for life and pass them off as an inheritance to your children, Leviticus 25:44-46.
I enjoy how you're very quickly moving through points and giving specific citations.
Yep.
Like, you're not just saying the Bible says slavery. You're like, right here, it says, yay, slavery. That's beautiful. It's efficient and it's deadly.
Yep.
I thought it was
And
wild that in my opponent's entire opening statement, he never cited, that I can recall anyway, a single Bible verse, and he's supposed
no,
to
he
be
didn't.
defending this whole thing.
Look, to be honest with you, the look on his face says he's never heard this before, which, you know, it wouldn't surprise me. That's the thing. Like, they don't get this. Like, a lot of these people, they just listen to the verses their pastor tells them, and of course, the pastor isn't going to bring these ones up. You know, the ones that
Oh,
you're talking about.
if you think that's good, you should see the expression on his face when I mentioned that we're still coming out of an ice age when we get into climate change.
Oh wow, okay.
Stuff to look forward to. Oh my.
No, I love this. This is great.
Hell yeah.
Beating your slave to death. If you want to beat your slaves to death, all you need to do is make sure they don't die within the first 48 hours. Exodus 21, 20 through 21. Paul comes along. He's one of our most prolific New Testament authors. Surely he would have said, after several hundred years of this Old Testament
Paul
law,
did
that
not
slavery
like
was...
women. Paul did not like women at all. You know, he really had a very, very he really looked down on women in general. He did not like them.
We've actually got
This is going to be... This is tough because when you're debating against a Christian who's a biblical literalist or I can't think of the word, traditionalist,
Fundamentalist.
you can use these. Yeah, but thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. Anyway, they're going to make the argument. You know, you can use that argument against them. But if you're talking about a scholar or somebody who's loosely tied to the Bible who agrees with scholarship, all those passages that are anti-women are actually in the non-Pauline letters. You know what I mean? The extra Pauline, the pseudo-epigraphical Pauline letters, the actual authentic Pauline letters technically are not saying that stuff. So scholars actually think that the real Paul, if there was such a thing, was actually pro-women, and the pseudo-epigraphical Pauls, the autographs, were the misogynist ones. But that's neither here nor there, I guess.
It's fascinating that I've never made the connection that only one of the versions of Paul actually cares about that. But speaking of Paul, this seems like a really good point to mention that we've got that very topic coming up on the morning show I do Monday through Friday. If you're a morning person, it's at 11 a.m. Eastern. This one is scheduled for October 17th. It's about Paul's verse telling women they need to be silent and they're not allowed to teach and all that fun stuff. And you know that we've got a bunch of fun topics coming up. On this coming Monday, we're going to look for Eden. On Tuesday, we're going to meet the only real Jesus we can confirm existed in history, and it's a fucking slave ship. Amazing. Proof of God. Thursday, gamer stuff. Friday, Jezebels, the truth behind the Jezebel spirit. There's a bunch of cool stuff. But tomorrow, I'm on in the evening, and for the first time in a very long time, we're doing an Atheist Lives, and we're going to have Damien Marie at Hope over to discuss why both religious people and people who are ostensibly atheist try to claim intersex people don't exist. That will be fascinating, and I hope you join us for that as well. And, you know, this random plug brought to you by, I guess, Paul the Apostle.
Wrong. We shouldn't be doing the slave thing. No, Paul says, he doubles down on this and says, slaves, obey your masters with a sincere heart, just as you would obey Christ. Ephesians 6:5. He also tells slaves to obey their masters with fear and trembling. Colossians 3:22. That's fear and trembling. Excuse me. Sexual assault. My opponent brought this up. Well, it's very interesting that he would talk about that because God actually tells virgin women that if a man sexually assaults her, then she must marry the man who violated her. I'm going to repeat that because this is how degenerate this religion is and this Bible is, okay? God tells virgin women that if a man sexually assaults her, she must marry the man who violated her. Reference Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29. God also sends Absalom to sexually assault 10 of David's wives in public for everyone to view as some kind of spectacle.
Has he got his Bible? He's like, what? It doesn't say that.
I need to check this. I mean, heaven forbid he take notes or something. But yeah, he's like, does it say? Does it? Oh my goodness. Have you read this thing? There's horrors in this thing. It's a horror book. Oh my goodness.
You're taking it out of context, Ember.
How dare.
What context is there for stoning your young son to death for being lazy and drunk? Like what context can that be taken in exactly? You know,
It's freaking eugenics. But also, let's not forget there are verses not just about women having to marry their attackers, but under certain circumstances, like if she doesn't cry out loud enough or something, she gets put to death too. She gets assaulted and then she gets murdered by her family because the law says so. But this is significantly different from those honor killings they do in Islam or something. Probably. Holy shit.
I mentioned that there's a group of Christians who are trolling me on the internet. It's a guy. I started on their Discord server, and I was just debating archaeology, and then I was being very polite and civil with them right up until shit really hit the fan. And this guy Mike, who runs this little Christian clique, started trying to justify slavery. And when he started telling me that he owns his children as property, that's when I started losing it. And I have to admit, I did not. I really did. I lost my composure. I tried to treat people with respect, even when I disagree with them, but I can only handle so much of this stuff. And so I've been challenging this guy to debate me about the flood or about slavery or about ethics or anything, and he won't do it. He absolutely refuses to debate me. He's got all kinds of excuses why he won't. And but instead of debating me, he's been making content using me for his content on his channel. And these guys decided to do a review of this debate, and they are in the process right now of literally justifying this sexual assault law. It is the most disgusting thing you could possibly imagine. How you could get twisted around to find a justification for this. And they're actually conflating what Ember's talking about, which is two different laws altogether. This crying out for help law versus what I'm talking about. And they're trying to use the one to justify the other as giving the impression that, well, they literally said that it was good for the woman to be raped because her father. I mean, I can't even repeat the stuff that these guys are saying. It just pisses me off even thinking about it. But yeah, it's wild the level that these people sink to. Yeah.
This is how much religion poisons your thinking, that you experience something that empathy should tell you is the most monstrous, horrific thing, and instead you're making a justification for it as the best thing for that person. And that's part of the poison. We've got to just look at it and go, well, just use empathy. How would you feel if that happened to you? It's not like men can't have that happen to them, my guy. Like, how would you feel if that happened to you? That's all you really need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how does that saying goes? Those who can be convinced of absurdities can be made to justify atrocities. I'm mangling the quote, but I think it's close enough. You get the idea. Yeah, it's fucking horrible. Now, to be fair, I think a lot of the people who do bend over backwards to justify these actual horrors are not good people. They're bad people. Seth Andrews does a whole piece on this, that you do have good people who are Christian and have the cognitive dissonance, but then you have other people who are bad people that are using religion as a shield to pretend they're not bad people. But that, again, is a whole other subject.
The wives didn't even commit the sin in that narrative. David did. As a punishment to David, God sends Absalom to violate 10 of his wives. That's 2 Samuel 16, 8-23. Children. It said that Jesus says, let the little children come unto me, right? And everybody says, oh, Jesus loves the children. Unfortunately, Jesus condemns the Pharisees for not stoning their disobedient children according to the Mosaic law. That's
whoopsie. That's a great verse to bring up there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a horrible practice, but it's a great example to point at.
Matthew 7, 6-13, and the Mosaic law he's referring to is in Leviticus 29. Remember that Jesus telling people to love their neighbors as themselves is part of the same Mosaic law that tells people to stone their children, own slaves, and etc., etc. That's Leviticus 19:18. And at the bottom of a very deep barrel of immoral behavior that we find prescribed by the God of the Bible, God tells King Saul to kill all the Amalekites, including women and children. That's 1 Samuel 15, 2-3. Complete genocide. But that fails in comparison to the global flood narrative, where God himself wipes every man, woman, and child off the face of the earth by drowning them. Reference Genesis 6:7.
That is fantastic. The way you point out this one total eradication of a people group as this peak horror experience, and then point out that's just the tip of a giant fucking iceberg that nobody ever thinks about, really.
It was so
It's very
wild
effective.
because when I made that list, I was going to start with the least offensive thing and work my way to the flood. And I literally had to start rearranging things like, okay, now wait a minute. Is violating a woman and making her marry that man worse than stoning your children? You're just, you know what I mean? Like, at what point, how can you even put a hierarchy to this stuff? And slavery, I mean, the whole thing is so disgusting and deplorable. I just said, I just got to just put the list and put the flood at the end.
Right? But love your neighbor, though, as long as they don't have disobedient children or something.
God says these laws are permanent, reference Deuteronomy 4:40. Jesus says to follow the Mosaic law and that the law had not been abolished, Matthew 5:17-19. There are people who follow the Bible and think the law is still in effect. Some disagree. There are people who ignore the obvious contradiction between Jesus and Paul when Jesus says he did not come to abolish the law and Paul says the law has been abolished because of Jesus. And there are a myriad of various other beliefs among the multitude of different interpretations of this book. I have no doubt that my opponent today will have his own creative interpretation. We cannot use something as incoherent and contradictory and open to interpretation as the Guide to Immorality or the book my opponent knows as the Bible to form a society. The very notion is as nonsensical as it is horrific. It is a secular movement beginning in the 15th century of the common era known as the Age of Enlightenment that has led to the abolition of slavery, increases in women's rights, community support, and equal and equitable and lawful representations of marginalized communities.
Okay, I wanna make another performance note here. Technically, you do not have to present an alternative. You only have to refute the proposition.
Right.
But by presenting a better alternative, that has rhetorical force. It creates another narrative for people to look at and say, this is a better thing. It doesn't actually have any relevance for the debate itself, but it can help convince people, because now they're not faced with this false dichotomy of Bible or anarchy. There's a better way, and that carries convincing power.
Do you think it would have been more effective because of the limited amount of time for me to, because I understand you're talking about this, there's this false equivalency fallacy, I believe is what it's called, where just because I could disprove his point doesn't mean I have to make an alternative point myself, right? Would it have been smarter for me to focus on his logical fallacies, which were numerous, to just shoot more holes in his argument, or to try and bolster my argument like I did? Or do you think it's either way?
They
I
have
think
different utilities.
I think it's actually beneficial to sort of say, hey, you know, Christianity's been around for a long time. Things only started getting better when we had secularism come through with sort of, you know, the foundations of these principles of freedom and liberalism and things like that coming through. So I think that there is merit to that. As long as you don't sort of get distracted into defending yours, you know, because he's probably going to go to, oh, well, what about, you know, the Stalin, and what about Mao and things like that, when they're not, you know, they're communist, not really secular. You know, they don't just allow anybody into government regardless of religion, kind of thing. They had a structure to it. So but no, I think I agree with Ember. It's actually good that you promote an alternative and say, hey, there's alternatives to this that have been successful. You know, I'd point out the Scandinavian countries that are very, you know, people are very happy and people are living free, and they're very successful upon all the metrics of human well-being, as opposed to some of the more Christian countries out there. So I think there's a lot of value in that, actually, as long as, you know, you just go, well, we have to focus on the Bible and the, you know, the Bible alone kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your question about pointing out fallacies, there's some utility. Sometimes you get carried away in the weeds with that sort of thing. You can burn a lot of time when somebody's just dropping fallacies left and right like that. You could end up losing your entire rebuttal just showing the errors in his reasoning and not actually scoring any of your own points. So there's pluses and minuses to it. It doesn't hurt, but again, as much as I hate it, for the purposes of convincing other people, pointing out one or two to show that his argument is flawed is generally sufficient. It's much more compelling to make your own argument stronger and just let his be generally considered flawed and full of holes without pointing at every single hole. That said, some debaters like Matt Dillahunty make a point of hitting every single point, like playing freaking whack-a-mole. And that's one of the reasons that Matt commands such a large honorarium for his appearances. So there is a plus to that.
Modern slavery in the Common Era was first abolished during the Enlightenment as a result of secular movement towards a more humanist approach. Christians were still involved in the North Atlantic slave trade when non-Christian nations were creating laws to abolish slavery. Slavery has since been abolished globally, and Christianity is not even remotely responsible for the non-Christian nations' abolition of slavery. The U.S. Constitution that my opponent mentioned actually calls for freedom of religion, which is the same thing as saying freedom from religion.
It is worth noting that while slavery of the kind practiced in the United States is at least nominally banned globally, there are millions of slaves in the world today, chattel slaves. When you factor in the victims of human trafficking or people in the American penal system, for example, that kind of forced labor slavery sort of thing, there are millions and millions of slaves in the world today. And Christianity isn't setting them free. So fuck. That feels like the end of the opening. Is that the end of the opening?
Well, and plus, like the abolitionist movement was also a lot of Christians in it, mostly because a large percentage of the population were Christian. Like, let's face it, like there was nobody else to be in the movement that would have made a difference. So while it was fueled a lot by Christians, and there were a lot of Christians in it, there was nobody else around to do it. Were they responsible for it? I wouldn't say so. I think it was a lot of different people, including a lot of deists. There were a lot of deists in the Enlightenment movement as well. And I love how you sort of said secularists and not agnostics or atheists, because that means it includes Christians who don't believe that, that don't believe that Christianity should be in government, that it should be religion independent. And this is what we got to remember. There's a lot of Christians out there who are secular. They're like, yeah, I'm a Christian, but I don't want to just have government exclusively for Christians. If you're a Muslim, you can still be in government, and they would support that. So they're secular, right, as far as politically. So, yeah, it's kind of it's kind of a hard one to sort of say, because I have to acknowledge that Christians did play a huge role in the abolitionist movement. I have to. Whether the Bible had a part in that, that's debatable. Like it really is. But yeah, I would have to acknowledge that, and rather not say that it was really due to secularists from the Enlightenment, because that probably is not true.
Well, Enlightenment principles and whatnot. It's also
Well,
on
yeah.
this topic specifically, it's worth noting that the concept of secularism in the United States was originally conceptualized as, it doesn't matter if you're a Baptist and I'm a Pentecostal or whatever other flavor. Like, it was just assumed everyone was a Christian, even though there were a whole bunch of deists who just never talked about it. They were like, we all worship Jesus, so it shouldn't matter which church we go to. We can run this society together. We don't have to have a holy war, so it's only the Catholics in charge, or only the Northern Baptists in charge, or whatever. Nobody wanted that, because the odds were very high it wasn't their faction that was going to end up being the approved version. So that's how secularism really got a foothold in the US. And then once that idea became entrenched, that we can work with people who don't believe the same thing as us, as long as we share the same goals for our society, then it became possible to include agnostic people and non-religious people, and finally people who believed in other things entirely. Scary as that may seem.
I know I brought up some statistics for that, towards the non-Christian involvement in the abolition. I don't know if it's in this opening. I don't know if we're done with the opening. I know we're getting close. If we're not done, you might let it run and see what happens, because I may reference that, and if not, it comes up later.
Okay.
Alrighty.
How much time do I have left?
Wow,
I thought
you're
about
muted.
cutting this part out, but it doesn't take long.
Okay. So just to touch on the slavery thing here, to give you guys some information on that.
It was 3 minutes, by the way.
Okay. So the slavery institution, the first person in the Common Era to actually abolish slavery was over in China in the 9th century of the Common Era. Okay. That was Wang Mang. Now, he was overthrown eventually, and they went back to their old practices. James Oglethorpe wrote the first edict against slavery, and he did this in 1733 using secular humanism as influenced by the Age of Enlightenment to do that. Christianity wasn't even involved. There are numerous other people throughout history that spoke out against slavery and spoke up for freedom of religion and freedom from religion. You can go back to Cyrus the Great for more history on that. And I'll go ahead and concede the rest of my time.
Yeah, there we go. So like James Oglethorpe was exactly what Mark was talking about. He actually was, I believe, in Britain. And so he was from a Christian nation, but he argued against, he argued for a secular justification for abolishment of slavery. And he wrote the first edict that we know about from Western nations. And then I mentioned the guy in China, obviously not a Christian. So I think that you're absolutely right that Christians were heavily involved throughout the world globally in the abolitionist movement, but it wasn't, you can't, in my opinion, you cannot look at Christianity as the motivating factor because we have so many other factors that were also involved that were not Christian based. And so how can we look at Christianity as the correlation there? It doesn't, you know what I mean? It just because Christians did it. I mean, people say, well, Christians built the first bridges, you know, well, great. I don't think that's true, but even if that was true, we can't say that's because of Christianity, just because everybody was Christian at the time, you know what I mean? Where they're building bridges in London. So that's just a false equivalency in my opinion.
Yeah, no,
Right.
you're absolutely right.
Similar to the slavery thing, you know, it was Christians on the side of abolition, but it was also Christians on the pro-slavery side who fought for the Confederacy because everyone was a fucking Christian. Because if you weren't and they found out, they fucking burned you. Sometimes they burned you even if you were a Christian, but you did the wrong thing or someone thought the wrong thing about you. I'm looking at you, Massachusetts colony.
And I pointed out in one debate that the KKK were Christians. Like they burnt crosses for a reason. They had crosses on their emblems for a reason. And the person I was against in that debate literally said, no, they were satanic. And why? Because every time Christians do something wrong, other Christians go, well, they're not with us. You know, and it's like, well, you have to own these things that your groups do. And they've done a lot that is horrendous. It's this, well, if they did this, then they're not Christian. No, they were Christian. They followed the Bible.
Yeah, they're pretty explicit about I mean, hell, they put the fucking Bible verses on posters. They still do that at their bigotry parades and shit. Even when they don't wear the white hoods, they still have big old banners saying, you know, stone the gays, Leviticus 18, whatever, you know, it just fucking hell. Yeah, it's Christians for Christian reasons. But like, if they're going to try to take credit for things that Christians did because they happen to be Christians while doing other things, they have to own the people who do things horrible specifically for Christianity.
Yep.
That like the double standard is off the charts in different dimensions. Fucking hell. All right, so you're about to go into rebuttals, I think, or does it go straight into cross-examination?
No, you're right. Rebuttal's next, and they're short. They're like 3 minutes each. This guy really wanted to make this as short as possible. He didn't want to take questions at the end. He wanted to get out of Dodge as quickly as he could. We ended up talking him off the ledge, so to speak. But we're lucky we got him to even show up. I honestly didn't think he was going to show up.
That's been known to happen too. Mark had a bunch of people that are like, yeah, I'm going to take you on, and then they just never show up. It was a problem for a while.
All right. Well, that was a very good opening. And according to the format that we agreed upon, now that you guys took your 10 minutes, now you have two responses for 3 minutes. So Matthew, if you want to go ahead and respond to Daniel, and then Daniel, you'll go ahead and respond to Matthew. And you guys have 3 minutes in this response. Let me go ahead and set the timer. We will begin, Matthew, in 3, 2, and you may begin.
Well, I think Daniel needs to get his historical facts straight about how slavery was abolished.
What?
Uh,
OE, did you know that of the two of you, you're the one who needs to get historical facts straight?
It's that long-haired hippie kid needs to get his facts straight.
Okay. Points to Matthew, even though he's objectively wrong and deliberately misleading the viewers, that kind of statement does carry a rhetorical punch. It's not
Mhm.
the most persuasive thing he could have said, but it's an aggressive start. So I'll give him that much.
Polished in the modern era, especially when we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade. Remember, slavery in the Americas, the North American continent in particular, was a regional thing. The people in the North didn't observe slavery. They were adhering more to a biblical morality. The Quakers.
What? The people in the North didn't observe slavery because of biblical morality? The book that says keep slaves, you may purchase the slaves from the nations around you? That book? What?
And the other problem that I didn't bring up that I should have, which is a missed opportunity, is that the people in the North that were not wanting to own slaves were still engaging in a slave market by buying goods and services that were produced by slaves and supported by
Right.
slavery. So they weren't innocent just because they didn't want to own slaves themselves. They were facilitating the whole process by being economically involved.
So the Northerners weren't like morally opposed to slavery, right? Like New York State, for example, very northern state, traditionally very progressive as such things go. According to census data, in 1790, New York State had over 21,000 slaves. Like there was slavery everywhere. It was less pronounced in the North, but it's not like it didn't happen, you know?
Were Christians. They were part of the Underground Railroad. They helped try to stop slavery. So I don't know where Daniel gets the notion that Christianity had nothing to do with the abolition of slavery. And we have more slaves.
It's worth
that's
noting
not what he
that,
said.
right?
That's not
that
what he
too.
said.
Yeah.
He never said they have nothing to do with the abolition of slavery. He said that the ideas that started the abolition of slavery came from the Enlightenment, which was largely a bunch of humanist thinkers, secular thinkers, which is true. He didn't say they had nothing to do with it, so he's just sort of strawmanning your position here.
Yeah, he conflated because I said that Christianity had nothing to do with the abolition of slavery in non-Christian nations. So like when I talked about China
Yes.
and stuff like that aren't Christian. So he just took that statement as this blanket statement and then, like you said, strawmanned it into the argument of, oh, Christianity across the globe nowhere had anything to do with it. But that really wasn't the statement that I made.
Now the question is, did he intentionally strawman, or is he just not capable of listening? not to be, rude and strawman him or whatever, but no, the thing that bugged me, and all these are excellent points. They're very, very valid. The strawmanning, classic strawman, misrepresenting what you said. But the thing that pinged for me was the Quakers. Nominally, they're a branch of Christianity. However, every other branch of Christianity considers them just as heretical as the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses, because they believe such a variant form of Christianity. It's almost a deistic Christianity, because rather than a Trinity, as most Protestants, Catholics, and a bunch of others tend to believe in, they have this concept that every human carries a shard of the God energy within them, which is why they do such humanist things, because by honoring each other, they're honoring God. And God's only worth honoring because that's how we honor each other. It's very heretical.
And it's also important to note that the South they specifically got their right to own slaves from the Bible, like it was biblically ordained. And that's a really important point to stress upon, that, yeah, there was a bunch of people saying, you know, that it was manumission and compassion from the Bible that, you know, is the reason why God is telling them to free slaves. But on the other hand, you have a bunch of religious people saying, no, the Bible ordains us the right to own these slaves. You know, like it is this, it just matters on your interpretation. There is no one and I think it plays really well into that earlier argument you made that said, well, you can interpret this however you want. You know, like it allows you to do all of this stuff because it is not clear. Which is a really good argument, because people have taken the Bible and, you know, if it's such a good book for morality, what morality, consistent morality, does it lead to? Well, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's
I can't remember who specifically, if it was Adams or I can't remember who now said the quote. So I don't want to attribute to the wrong person, but it generally speaking goes, it's good for the heathen nations to be enslaved because we're bringing them to Christ. You know, so this
heard
is
that
the
one.
kind of mentality that comes from that justification, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, that's fucking wild. But you know what is good news, unlike the gospel, is Guitar Dog sent us a super chat for 2066. Thank you so much, Guitar Dog.
Hey,
That helps very, very much. I appreciate it. And Guitar Dog says the National Council of Churches estimates that 100,000 U.S. churches across denominations will close during the next several years. That would amount to roughly a quarter of the nation's 350,000 to 400,000 churches today. And that in and of itself is also good news.
Mhm.
Fewer churches
I
means
can't
fewer.
believe that there's not more. I can't believe there's not more churches than that. To be honest with you, it just seems like the states. I've lived all up and down the West Coast, from San Diego to Seattle, and I just feel like there's a church on every block. That's crazy. There's only a few 100,000 churches in the whole country. That's wild.
They're sort of bleeding followers at the moment. That's the thing. Like, if you look at the Pew research, it's had a bit of an uptick since Trump in the US, but mostly they're just losing people. Like, even Ken Ham has come out sort of saying, hey, we're just losing people. We've got to stop it somehow, without thinking about what it is that's causing people to move away from you. You know, it's always something else. It's always the devil doing it or something. It's never self-reflection on what you're doing. Like, the Catholic Church has actually been quite good at that. I will give them that. At what horrific thing are we doing? Do we apologize for it? Do we take a different tact? You know, they're actually good at self-reflection. The evangelicals, not so much.
No, because there's that presumption of correctness. The Bible says it, so it's right. Period. You know, it's fucking wild. But yeah, there are churches all over the fucking place. Half of them are empty. I'm you know, I've driven all over this country, and while it's worse from the church's perspective, it's worse in the more progressive states, where you'll go through, you know, Palmyra, New York, for example, the birthplace of Mormonism. There's an intersection where New York 31 crosses New York 21. They call it the four churches. There's four churches on the corner of that intersection. None of them are Mormon churches, but they're all different flavors of Christianity. Two of them have been empty for years, and the third one keeps changing which denomination is in there, because somebody will try, it'll fail, it'll go up for sale, and then a year or two later, a different denomination is in there trying to restart it. There's a lot of empty churches.
Now in the world today than we ever had before in the African countries right now. Well, they're not based on biblical morality, so what's their excuse? We have human trafficking and sex trafficking.
What?
That Christians are.
Some of those African nations are the most Christian in the world. Like, Ghana is ridiculously Christian. Like, what is he talking about? There was purges over there because they were identifying people. A bunch of evangelical pastors identified witches.
And there's a huge Muslim influence, a huge influence of Islam in Africa too. So he's still stuck with the Abrahamic religions, aka the Bible. He's not helping himself up by bringing up Africa.
Well, I think he's
Yeah.
defending the Christian Bible sort of thing. I think he's taking a tact as you've got to interpret it as a Christian. So he's kind of he's not lumping in the Abrahamic faiths, and he's not going to defend them. Because there's no way a Christian's going to defend Islam, even though it's the same God kind of thing. He's not going to defend it.
Yep. This is a tactic they also do with other variants of the Abrahamic faith. Like, this is where the anti-Semitism comes from. You know, it's predominantly the Christians that hate the Jews, even while they send fuck tons of money to Israel because they hate the Muslims even more, I guess.
Aren't doing that. There's one point that he talked about in the Bible where if a virgin is raped, the rapist has to pay the father 50 shekels of silver and marry the virgin that she raped. One thing that Daniel left out that the Bible says that when first the rapist has to pay 50 shekels of silver. Do you know how much 50 shekels of silver is? That's a lot of cash. It takes a lot.
Wow.
It takes about
Wow. Do you realize how expensive it is for that guy to
purchase the human being as property?
Yeah.
From her owner?
Well, to grape a woman? Do you know how expensive that is? Wow. Christian morality, ladies and gentlemen, on display.
Yep. Like, there goes the point. Woo! It's also 30 shekels. Details, but whatever. A man's worth is 50 shekels, according to Leviticus.
Yeah.
6 or 7 or 8 years to earn 50 shekels of silver. Okay, so he would be in debt to the virgin's father. Plus that, he would lose his divorce rights. Do you know what it's like for a man living in the Bronze Age to not have divorce rights? He'd be laughed. He'd be the laughing stock. So you might want to take.
Would he, I mean, he can marry as many women as he wants to. I just what
he's basically saying, but the poor guy has to stay with the woman he has violated. That poor man.
The poor man.
What are you doing?
Christian morality. You gotta love it. Also,
holy crap.
While ye Old Testament does actually include some provisions for divorce, Jesus comes along and says, well, while Moses permitted divorce because you fuckers are a stiff-necked people, I say unto you, while I also decree that the law shall not be changed by one dot or one tittle, no divorce. The Father says it's bad. So no more divorce for anyone, period. That's Jesus. Hooray.
I'm horrified. This is supposed to be his rebuttal, and he's just basically said, yeah, he gets away with it, but the Bible makes it clear it's really expensive, and he has to stay with her. Like
that, yeah, that's the argument. Mm-hmm.
My guy, you're making yourself look so much worse right now. You're basically, what he doesn't tell you is that it's expensive and you can't divorce her, the person you have violated, and then she has been forced to marry you against her will.
So just for fun, because this is horrible and reprehensible no matter how you slice it, but just for fun, I decided to look up how much that is, because coincidentally, you may recall Judas Iscariot was paid 30 shekels of silver. So what were Judas's 30 shekels? What would they be worth today in modern, let's say, US dollars, right? Because that's what Grand
I
Rapids
would guess
coins used
probably
for
a few
conversion.
hundred. Probably a few hundred.
$550.
Yeah.
Did you just say only $550 at today's inflation from 3,000 years ago?
Uh-huh.
Oh my God. I mean, I don't care if it was $5 million. To me, it's still absolutely disgusting. But even at five, that's just
Yeah.
insane. I can't even. That's wow. I need to mute
But you
myself
gotta
while
you
I
gotta
curse.
feel sorry for the guy. You gotta feel sorry for the guy, right? I mean, he's allowed to grape a poor girl, and she has to marry him, but he might not be able to buy a jet ski. Okay, like just saying. Can you imagine how disappointing that is?
Yeah, I mean, now she's used property. Granted, he's the one who used her, but still. The horror.
Biblical morality. Like, but Matthew, he's not making himself look better here. Like, he's really just reinforcing your point that you've put a price on a not only a human being, but a human being's autonomy, right? That you're basically putting a price on the autonomy, the freedom, and the body of a human being. That's horrific.
Yeah, it's such a fucked up thing. So, as many of you know, one of the first things I did after I started YouTube was join Aaron Ra's Blasphemers Bible show. And all my life, I'd heard people say something like human dignity and value and whatever. And humans, it's the worth of a human is incalculable. No one can put a price tag on your life. And then we get to Exodus, and there's a price tag on human lives.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
And what's even
Biblical
more
morality.
interesting, I don't remember the verse, but if your slave gets gored by an ox, you don't pay the slave compensation. You pay the master compensation because it's his property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not a person. You're a property. Yay. Biblical morality.
Take a look at that scenario. Now, if a rapist raped a married woman or a betrothed woman, he would be stoned. So there are several rape laws, not just the one thing. How much time I got left, Chris?
Yay, more laws. Awesome. So it's a minor detail, as it seems to be a habit of mine. Modern marriage was not a thing back in Deuteronomy and Leviticus and all of that. There wasn't really betrothal. There was, I promise I will marry you, or more precisely, I promise my daughter will marry you, because it was the father who made that decision. The betrothal, the marriage, like you became married when you went to bed together. That was what made it a marriage, was the act of consummation. The paperwork came later.
Anyway, yeah, I think Daniel needs to rethink. I mean, there's a lot of good things in the Bible. Isn't it good to not commit adultery? Isn't it good not to steal? Isn't it good not to murder? There's a lot of good guidelines that the Bible has that we can apply in our society. We may not.
It's not all entirely evil, and also we couldn't possibly get these obvious rules from any other source.
And I just want to say, like, if you're going to make it law not to commit adultery, there's going to be a lot of pastors in jail.
Fun fact. There are a lot of pastors in jail now.
Because this guy's essentially advocating that morals and laws are the same thing. Look, adultery may be immoral, mostly because there's a lot of deception involved. It's not good for the parties. It's not good for any children that might be involved. Yes, I would agree. It's not just because the Bible says so. It's because of the outcomes that occur from it are terrible, right? It's a broken relationship. There's, especially when there's children involved. But it's not like the Bible makes people not commit adultery, and it's based upon, we can base it upon other things than the Bible says. And I love how he's just changing the subject. He's just sort of saying, well, it allows, virgins to be horrifically violated and then, forced into a marriage against their will. But hey, it says adultery's bad. That's good, right?
He's like the worst
There's another
used car
element.
salesman.
There's
Oh my
another
goodness.
element that I had not thought of until I saw one of the videos, Mark, that you had made, probably a couple of weeks ago now, something I'd never considered until hearing you say it, but that guilt, the problem with guilt. And what the Bible does, it doesn't stop people from doing things, but it adds this superficial, arbitrary additional level of guilt into the situation that just adds more harm to the situation.
Yeah, I think that guilt's okay. I think it's more shame that's really bad. And the Bible's really good at that. You know, you are unto rags and things that make people internalize that as, well, I did a bad thing, but I'm an evil, fallen person who is expected to kind of thing. That's really harmful.
Also, the misattribution of guilt, right? Like the reverse blasphemy effect. Remember, original flavor blasphemy was giving credit that belongs to God to something else. Like if a
Right.
doctor saves your life, you can't thank the doctor, you have to thank God, or it's blasphemy because God actually made all the whatever. The guilt thing, it works in a similar way, but the other way around, right? Like if you do assault another man's owned woman, you've done harm to her, but you have to apologize to God because you broke God's law. It's God that you've done injury to. So you should feel guilt about how you hurt God in that circumstance. And that's really fucked up. Bree points out adultery, a property crime. Yes. Adultery literally only worked one way. A woman could commit adultery. Well, a man could sleep with a married woman, but whatever the case may be, men could sleep around all they wanted, and it wasn't adultery because the man isn't the property.
Implement it exactly the same way that it was implemented back in the Bronze Age, but we can still implement it in the kind of slavery that slavery already existed since the beginning of time. And it
Not really, but details. We needed the
I don't
concept of
think
own
that's
property.
true. I
Yeah,
don't think that's true. I
we
don't
know
think so.
we know from archaeological evidence that while there have been groups of people who would sometimes go to war with another group of people and sometimes take captives, and sometimes the captives were incorporated into their society, and sometimes
Yeah.
they were treated like owned property. Actual slavery as a class, as a status, happened roughly 12,000 years ago in the Fertile Crescent, coincidentally. Total coincidence, I'm sure, though.
existed before God gave Moses the law. Okay. And so God decided to regulate something. Also, polygamy and concubinage were institutions. And those slavery, polygamy, and
10
concubinage,
seconds.
that was going on all over the world. It wasn't going on just in the Hebrew culture. Everybody did that. And if I was a slave or a woman, I would want to, living in the Bronze Age, I'd want to be living in the Hebrew culture.
You would not want to live in the Hebrew culture.
No. Like
No.
the Greeks, probably Greek would be a lot better. Their women had a certain level of authority that other women in other cultures definitely did not. Like, for instance, when in Homer's story, when Odysseus went away to war, it was Penelope that ruled Ithaca in his stead. Now, imagine that's going to happen in the Canaanite society. Absolutely not. No way.
Not a chance. And
We
as
also
far as
have
slavery,
evidence. We talked about the Code of Hammurabi. His law was that slaves were to be released after 3 years, and they also had I can't remember how many years it was, but there was years where every slave was to go free because of economics. Not to say it was necessarily because of their autonomy or things of that nature, but for whatever reason, all slaves were to be released at a certain period of time based on an economic reason. So the Hebrews, when it comes to foreign slaves, you could own them for life and pass them off as an inheritance. It was only indentured servants that you had to release in the on the 7th year, the Jubilee year. So it was. I don't see how anything in that culture was better for anybody, frankly.
Well, I mean, there were certainly more harsh societies around at the time. There was definitely harsher ones. But, you know, I wouldn't say that it was the best society to live in kind of thing. I think that's a bit of a stretch.
No, not even in the region. Like you mentioned, the
Yeah.
Greeks for certain civil liberties, not equality exactly, but it's closer. Like the commoners had some rights, which was not a given
Yeah.
in a lot of other. But also slavery, the Persian Empire, right next door to the conquered area of Canaan, had all but abolished slavery at the same time the Hebrews were setting up shop and saying, you know what, we're gonna make slavery a thing right in the holy fucking texts. It was a regressive people. They took their culture and they went hard backwards. We're gonna go back to the ways of our ancestors with harsh property laws and much slavery and women having no rights, and it'll make our kingdom great. And then they were immediately conquered by the Babylonians. But never mind that. God was on their side, folks.
You get more rights. Okay, I'm done.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was muted there. The timer went off. I apologize. Daniel, by all means, go ahead and take your liberty. I'll go ahead and set the timer for 3 minutes. 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, so it's interesting. My opponent's justification for the sexual assault of a woman is not only disturbing, but it does highlight the very crux of the problem. The problem is that the penalty of the silver was paid to the father, not to the woman herself. And it highlights the fact that the value of the woman was not in her own personal autonomy, but it was in her virginity itself, which is extremely disturbing. And that's the whole crux of the issue, is that women did not have autonomy. The difference between a betrothed woman versus a virgin woman, she was property to her husband. Before that, she was property to her husband. That was the penalty. It wasn't against the woman. It was against the people that she was owned by. You mentioned the North versus the South in the North Atlantic slave trade, which is exactly the crux of the problem that I'm talking about when using the Bible as the guide for anything, because you had a completely split nation. Both of them come up with a completely different idea of what the Bible was saying. One used it to justify slavery, and the other used it to condemn slavery. It shows just how dysfunctional it would be to use the Bible for anything.
Nice.
So let's go ahead and deal with the opening statement.
That's exactly what I said, and I'm so glad you went there. Like, yes, absolutely. It's not reliable. We can't. Yeah, no, totally spot on. I love it. And I brought that up in this segment myself, so yeah, absolutely love it.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, it conflicts, it's open to interpretation, so how can we make anything useful out of this when it's all, like Matthew himself was saying in the opening, we can't have laws that are just suggestions. They have to be clear. They have to be strict guidelines, you know?
Yep.
Now, the biggest problem in that little bit right there is I have ADD, and I at my age I've gotten used to dealing with it and stuff like that. But sometimes my mind doesn't work quite as, I don't sort my thoughts out as quickly as my mouth runs, which can be a problem. But I said she was property to her husband, and then before that she was property to her husband, and I meant to say before that she was property to her father, and I said husband twice, so I sounded kind of like an idiot right there. But I think hopefully people understood what I was getting at.
Yeah, it was fine. It was fine.
Yeah, little slips of the tongue. This is what Mark was talking about earlier with don't be too hard on yourself. I think literally everyone understands little slips of the tongue happens. Even my pedantic ass wouldn't bother to note that, you know?
He mentioned Leviticus. He mentioned the 10 Commandments. The irony of the 10 Commandments is that slaves are actually mentioned in the 10 Commandments. What you won't find in the 10 Commandments is a commandment that says, thou shalt not own another human being as property. Isn't that interesting? The law is completely subjective, right? We know this. It was lawful to own slaves. So if my opponent is talking about the law, then why is he highlighting a very, very small part of history, Christian history in particular, over the last couple hundred years, and ignoring almost 2,000 years of history where Christians were engaged in various types of slavery?
This is really good too, because it calls back to his whole argument from tradition. Like, well, this was the tradition, so what's your problem with it?
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about the Abrahamic faith, you've got over 3,000 years of owning slaves. It's a very small comparison to what the modern institutions of slavery abolition looks like. You have the Bible. He mentioned 40 different writers. And again, this highlights the problem. He's talking about his Bible, not the Bible. The Bible actually comes in a number of different variations and flavors. So you've got Bibles that include different numbers of books. Those different numbers of books have different authors. You've got Catholic Bible, you've got a Christian Bible, you've got an Eastern Orthodox Bible, you've got the Ethiopian Bible, I should say. So the Bible doesn't have 40 different authors. It doesn't even have the same amount of books. The other problem is that he's...
Oh, this sounds familiar. Almost like I actually wanted to compliment you on your use of flavors. It It's one of my favorite words to slip in those kind of situations because it adds just that little je ne sais quoi about the arbitrariness of which edition, of which translation, of which denomination you're using, you know? Just call it a flavor.
Choosing to ignore the historical evidence that we actually have, the archaeological evidence that we have, that there have been numerous redactions done by other authors. So the Bible has been heavily redacted throughout the course of history, and we have the evidence for this, such as the long ending of Mark, or the story of the
Nice.
the prostitute with Jesus and John, I think that is. So at any rate, archaeology, that's a fascinating point that he would bring that up, because what we find out when we actually have discussions with Christians about archaeology is the archaeological record points to the Christians not impossible scenarios as opposed to the most likely explanation for that. We can look at something like Daniel as an example. So we know for a fact, based on the archaeological evidence, that that Belshazzar was never referred to the son of Nebuchadnezzar. He was never related to Nebuchadnezzar. There was no throne named by Nebuchadnezzar. We can cite the Tower of Babel. We could cite the what else do we have with that? There's the we have the lineage of Nabonidus himself. That's with the. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, that was a bit stilted. Yeah, it sort of got lost in the sauce a bit.
I had too many. I just happened to have done a debate about the Book of Daniel and about archaeology specifically. So I actually had the archaeological sources to cite, but I could not grab my notes in time, and that was unfortunate because I literally could have cited 4 different pieces of archaeological evidence, the scroll of Nabonidus, which didn't come to mind, of course, when I needed it to. So I don't even know if I needed to hammer down on that point, but I was trying to respond to his opening statement without getting caught up in so much. It was so random that I just picked out what I could.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Like, it's just, if you're struggling, don't be afraid to drop a point. I know that you probably didn't get a chance because you're at end of time anyway. But don't be afraid to drop a point if you just say, hey, there's evidence, that these people were not related and the Bible says they are, and then just leave it. You can always find the notes or get back to it, kind of thing, if you need to. Because I don't know if he's going to question real specifics, because it doesn't look like he's aware of a lot of the verses in the Bible, which are massively contentious and used by atheists a lot. So it doesn't look like he's really going in depth into Bible verses and what they say. He's more doing, apologetics for the things that he's hearing from you. So I don't know whether, I don't think he had a chance to drop it because time was ending anyway, but, don't be afraid to, because, just looking through your notes is while you're burning time is not great, but,
Yeah. On that note, though, the way you were cooking in the middle part there, where you'd like glance
really
at a
good.
note and then just shoot off on it, that was very well done. Performance-wise, on that bit at the end, I get how it is when you're down to like your last 10 seconds and the moderator's in your ear and you're like, I have 3 more points I need to make and they're all fighting for each other. It's easier said than done, but it's much more important to give the impression of a solid landing, get one more good blow in rather than try to address everything. So like you mentioned archaeological evidence, and one thing that came out solidly was Tower of Babel. If you'd made that into your hammer and been like, the archaeology shows the Tower of Babel did not exist, and just stop on that, even if there's a few seconds left. And one other good thing you can stop on is a super chat from Jester, who sends us $2. Thank you so much, Jester. And says, imagine thinking Psalms was by one guy, and then use the imagine emoji, because I love that emoji, and it so rarely gets used. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, Jester. Thank you.
Thanks, Jester. But yeah, Amber's right. That middle section was awesome. The way that you pointed out who's paying who, kind of thing, like really good. And the fact that you point out, and I think it's you pointed out, hey, it's horrific. You're not compensating her. You don't give a damn about her. It's her father that you're compensating. Absolutely, her father. Her owner. Like, fantastic.
I think I agree with 100% of what you guys are saying, and I think looking back at that now, considering what you guys just told me, it would have been much more effective to just end on the solid point, even if I gave up a few seconds, because I had the momentum built up, and
Yeah.
then I just let it kind of fall. I and fall flat, and that left a certain impression. And I also have to say that, I was, humbly speaking, I was very pleased with the way that rebuttal went down, and that's, again, credit to you, Mark, because you're the one who told me, write notes, take notes of what your opponent's opening statement is, so that when I addressed him, not only do I have the notes for my cross examination, but in my rebuttal itself, I was able to pick out, okay, these are some really important points that I can focus on in just the short 3 minutes that I have. Had I not have flubbed the ending like that, again, that's a lot of it was my ADD, and I had the information sitting right here next to me, and I just didn't pull it out in time. I should have stopped sooner.
It happens,
ended
mate.
on a strong
Don't be
point.
too harsh on yourself. Honestly, it happens. I do it. Everybody does it.
Especially
So don't
considering
be
you
harsh
had
on yourself.
3 minutes.
Yeah, no joke. Yeah, I'd be struggling to condense into that. But I love how you looped it back into the introduction. It's the notes that allow that to happen because, then it's there and you go, oh, and that loops back into what he said in his introduction. And then you're essentially sort of like judo using somebody's words against them, which is fantastic.
Aikido that shit. Yeah. So believe it or not, folks, we're actually 3/4 of the way through the actual debate.
Wow.
We're half an hour in, and it's like 44 minutes of total debate time, and the rest is like Q&A and show notes and so forth. So we're actually getting there. Now we're going to move into cross-examination. Which, shoot, where did I put it? See, I have my own notes, but I have so many windows open. That'll go for about 16 minutes. Then there's a short gap where they discuss about when to do the closings, and then they do the closings, which are also, I think, 3 minutes each. So yeah, there's actually not that much left.
Okay, that was a very good response for both of you guys. So at this time, according to the format that we agree with, we have a 7-minute cross-examination. So Matthew, you'll go ahead and begin your cross-examination, and I will go ahead and set the timer for 7 minutes. Here it goes, 3, 2, and 1.
Daniel, do you know the name of the book that is the #1 best-selling book of all time, according to the Guinness Book of World Records?
It's sold the most, so it's true.
What?
And also, like, I've heard that claim that it's the best-selling book of all time. It's also the most stolen book of all time. But according to the Guinness Book of World Records, I don't think Guinness tracks that one. They're more stuff like most hot dogs eaten in 30 seconds kind of thing, you know?
One of the best parts about doing this whole debate is that one of my friends who did a debate review, and he has a great channel too. If you guys check out the discussion, I'd love to get him on your channel to talk with you guys. Scott Williams, I don't know if you've ever seen him before. He's got a very small channel, but he's an atheist. I believe he's an atheist, or he might, yeah, I believe he's an atheist, and he is really smart. He's into things like studying consciousness and, a lot of quantum physics and a lot of really interesting stuff. But he's going to make a meme out of this next thing coming up here. He's going to make a meme out of Williams' response to this. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's sort of ridiculous. It's absurd. There's just the suggestion of, well, why is the Bible moral? It sold a lot of copies.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what we call a non sequitur.
Yeah, like, holy shit. I mean, it's a non sequitur, but it's also like a variant of argument of bandwagon. It's popular, therefore it's true. Yeah.
Yeah. But you can just easily get around that by saying, hey, if Mein Kampf sold the most, would that make that a moral book? No, of course not.
Actually, that makes me wonder. Because, like, what is it? Okay, I've got a website called We Buy Books, and they've got the 50 best-selling books of all time. And
isn't like The Hobbit incredibly well sold? I mean, I love Tolkien, so I think one of them might be The Hobbit. Like, it was just,
Okay, so collectively, if you add all the Harry Potter, all 7 books together, you get more sales than anything else that isn't a holy book.
Oh,
But
okay.
single book, Don Quixote by a fucking mile, 500
Oh,
million
okay.
copies. Number 2, A Tale of Two Cities, Charles Dickens, 200 million copies. Lord of the Rings, close on its heels with 150 million copies. The Little Prince, which is a cute little children's book. It's like a visual novella thing. If you've never read it, you should. It's delightful. It's fucking delightful. 140 million copies. You have to go all the way to number 5 to find a Harry Potter. 120 million copies. That's the first book, of course, which is the best selling of all of them, because a lot of people read a first book and not read another. And then Alice in Wonderland at 100 million copies. Agatha Christie, interestingly, also 100 million copies. Something called Dream of the Red Chamber, which is by a Chinese author, which may be why I've never heard of it. But even though the book is more than 230 years old, in the last 100 years, it sold more than 100 million copies. And then The Hobbit, number 9, with 100 million copies. Number 10, C.S. Lewis. Yes, C.S. Lewis outsold the fucking Bible. That's fun.
No, it didn't. Bible's like in the billions.
Over all time, sure.
Well,
yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because we've got like 2.5 billion Christians right now. There's 4 billion of the Abrahamic faith. So depending on which version of the Bible you're talking about, you got half the global population right there. So it's got to be the all-time best, most prolific book, I would assume. But I don't know.
Yeah, also there's some conflation between copies printed and copies sold, because those are not the same numbers, you know?
Yes. Look,
So,
I
yeah.
still have no doubt it's high, but considering that the printing press was kind of invented to print the Bible, like, it's not really surprising.
Yeah, that makes sense. And also the reason we have so many thousands upon thousands of early manuscripts is scribes were there to make more Bible, you know? Pre-printing press, you do what you got to do.
But still, even if it was the only book sold in the history of humanity, it still doesn't lend any kind of evidence to that it is in fact a good book. It doesn't. You know, like, it just doesn't.
Right. Oh, I looked up a thing the other day.
Oh, I think Eric Wanda has struck again, Ember.
Yes, indeed.
Good on you,
I was
Eric.
seeing that. Hell yeah, thank you, Eric. Real quick, Spider-Man, the video game, just the video game, has sold over 50 million copies. Never.
Spider-Man moral confirmed. Spider-Man morality confirmed.
Like, never mind the thousands of comic books over decades and decades. It just, wowzers. So yeah, Eric Wander gifted 10 Emberships. Thank you so much, Eric. That's huge. That helps a lot. And also it's a lovely present for the community. I personally really like memberships because it's a way to support a channel, but also give other people presents, even though it's random. It's very cool. So folks, do enjoy all the fun custom emojis. As I mentioned earlier, voted on by the members. If we happen to open up a new slot, you get to vote on the new ones. Those went to Amy Nicole Cervantes, Threatened Sanity, Jasper, Spooky Bed Hair, Ryan Cultastic, Al Trucker, Karen Butcher, Jake Insert Clever Dapper Inside Joke Here, Nelson, Anarchic Fox, and My Unfinished Song. Those are some pretty good hits. Well played.
Yeah.
Well played. Nicely done. Yeah. And members at the Spark level, which, you know, we talked about Match earlier, that's just the emojis. At the Spark level, you get the emojis plus members exclusive content, early access to any recorded videos I managed to produce at least 7 days before they go public, and a member stream at least monthly, more when I can, but at least monthly. That's coming up. I just had the thing up in my list of upcoming things. the 15th. So yeah, in a little over a week. So yay. And I hope y'all enjoy. And if you enjoy it enough, maybe consider becoming a permanent member, because that helps the channel. It helps me like pay for lights and things. I appreciate it. But thank you, Eric. That was my worst spiel for memberships in a while. But Eric also points out the Quran sold 3 billion or so copies.
I believe it.
Billion, not this 100 million books, not this 500 million books. Billion. Holy shit. That's a lot of trees. Deforestation, folks.
Well, at least they're recyclable.
That's true. Yeah. Like phone books. How many phone books? I mean, those don't count in sales because they're just handed out, or at least they used to be when they were common. How many phone books were printed total? It is impossible to know the total number of phone books ever printed, as no definitive record exists, but estimates for the United States in 2010 specifically suggest 615 million were published annually. So we're looking at lots and lots of billions. So that's my new favorite counter argument. Best-selling book of all time? Fuck the Bible. Them's rookie numbers. The phone book. Just the United States over just the 20th century far outpaces the Bible by light years.
Well, I think what you both pointed out so astutely, and you're absolutely right, is I could have hammered down on just because, like you said, even if it was the only book, that doesn't give any evidence as to its efficacy or its morality or anything of that nature. It just means it was a popular book. And I really like what the brother pointed out. I could have come with a counter and said something like Mein Kampf. I probably could have said something like, there's probably like some famous actress or that was on a Playboy issue that was made, they printed millions of copies out. You know what I mean? Like, at what point are we going to say just because something was, very popular in writing, like you guys were saying, that doesn't land any arguments. That just means it was a popular book. And frankly, I'd probably, even at my old age, I'd probably rather read a Playboy magazine than a Bible anyway. It sounds like a lot more fun. My wife, she's like, what?
No, that's valid.
Look.
I mean, there is actually good content in there. Like there's a whole page of just stupid jokes. I still remember a stupid joke from the first issue of Playboy I ever got my hands on at the age of 14. It was there's an Eskimo snowmobiling around up in Alaska when his snowmobile starts making a funny noise. And he's like, oh, crap. Oh, no, I can't be stranded out here in the bush. I'll freeze to death. So he while it's still kind of running, he toodles it back into town and he finds a mechanic. And the mechanic takes a quick look and he says, man, this isn't great. I got to tell you, it looks like you blew a seal. And the Eskimo goes, no. This is just frost on my mustache.
And I will say this, I will say this, at least like Playboy doesn't have a bunch of begats in it.
There is that too.
It's got tits, no begats, all right? That's definitely in its favor. Just saying.
Oh my. All right, moving on.
I would assume it's the Bible.
Bingo! Do you know the name of the book that has been translated into more languages than any other book?
Yes, I do.
And what book would that be?
That would also be the Bible.
Bingo! You know how many copies of the Bible have been sold and distributed worldwide?
I do not.
Let me help you out there. Over 5 billion with a B, billion.
No fucking what?
Right?
No what? Like,
Do you
you've
know how
got
many
a religion
dollar bills have been distributed? Like, oh, what?
promoting it, printing it, like getting it out there to people, telling their followers they have to buy it. That doesn't in any way confirm that it's a moral book. Popularity does not equal morality. I've got no idea why he's so proud of making this point.
Well, have you
He just
considered?
he's upset he didn't get a chance to say bingo for a third time.
Bingo!
I know we should have made it a drinking game. I still have some woodchuck ciders around here somewhere from when we used to do the drinking streams with Doc Dino, and they've been there for over a year. I'm pretty sure they're either vinegar or harder now. One of those.
I just can't get over how proud he is for making an irrelevant point.
Getting to say bingo apparently is more important to him than making relevant
Yeah.
arguments or something. Like, haha, I've presented a claim, therefore I win. Probably. That's something. I don't fucking know.
Do you
I
think the
probably would
Bible's
have I probably would have added in there sort of just because you get to answer the question any way you like and he has to reclaim his time in a cross-examination. I would probably say, yeah, the Bible's the most popular, but that doesn't make it moral. You know, just add that on the end because there's nothing stopping you from putting in qualifiers because these are kind of loaded questions, right? They're kind of you're just supposed to say, yes, the Bible was the most sold, yes, the thing, but you can add, well, the Bible is the most sold, but that doesn't make it the most moral. It just means it's the most sold.
Okay, no, that's good to know because I was really trying to focus, and it may not be obvious because I did say at one point that one of his answers I found to be quite disturbing. I think it was about the essay comment he made.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
was trying to be very polite and respectful and really follow the rules. So you know what I mean, and just stay within the rules. So I didn't want to filibuster or have him, you know what I mean. So I didn't realize I had that kind of liberty necessarily.
Well, you do. That just that if you do go on, I'd keep it very, very succinct because if you do go on, he can at any time say, thanks, I'll regain my time. But that doesn't mean that you can't answer any way you like. I mean, I wouldn't sort of avoid answering the question by not giving an answer. And he probably would have interrupted with bingo, but, I probably would have tacked it on the end.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, just because he has control of the clock doesn't mean you're not allowed to speak except as his puppet kind of thing.
Correct. Yeah.
It's not a courtroom where they'll start filing objections and banging gavels if you say
Yeah.
more than one word at a time. Which is a weird feature. I don't know if that's the case in other countries' court systems, but we do that a lot in the US. It just anyway, tangents upon tangents. So I'll let that one go.
high volume of distribution and its high volume of language translations speaks to the Bible's credibility on ethics and morality?
Does it? I realize he's phrasing that as a question, but he's trying to imply it, and I don't think that's true. Like, you could totally turn this around. Like the Gideons, right? That's an organization. They would buy Bibles. They would have them specially printed to give them to hotels to put in the hotel rooms. Like, it was a giveaway Bible. So it's worthless to them. But more importantly is this idea that, like, does that make it true? Because the fact you have to distribute it so widely, so liberally, so everyone can see it. Well, all the other religions are like, well, people just already know. Like, the fact you need an instruction book shows that it's not actually in keeping with what you might call natural morality. It's not a great argument, but it's a better argument than Matthew's.
Yeah, and you can sort of say, hey, a lot of Bibles have been translated into many languages, so as other books. It speaks nothing on whether they're moral or not. For instance, Machiavelli's Prince was translated into many languages. It doesn't mean that it's a moral book. Like we've got to, sort of, it doesn't lend anything towards its morality. It just says that it was popular.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of tremendous value in Machiavelli, especially in the Prince. But it's more of a amoral Sun Tzu kind of thing. Like, it's good to know, partly so that if you're in the mood to be ruthless, you can do it effectively, but also so when someone else is using Machiavelli against you, which can be, kind of terrifying, but also at least and so you also know the counters for what they're doing. For example, this is one of those ask me how I know moments where I'm not actually going to say.
No, I do not.
Do you believe in human rights and those rights should not be taken away or transferred?
I do believe in human rights, yes.
If you believe in human rights, where exactly do those rights come from?
So objective ethics is what the standard is, and this is a natural law. It's tied to evolution. Biological evolution is linked to social evolution through these objectives. Morality is a language that we use that defines behavior. When the behavior aligns with what we call ethical, that is what we base our laws on, what we should be basing our laws on.
Since you go by the pseudonym at Objective Ethics, does this mean that you think that your ethics are objective?
I think that ethics are objective. Saying my ethics is we don't have ethics, we have morality. So the morality defines the behavior. So is my behavior moral? Is that what you're asking me? Ethics is the standard. So ethics is referring to the meta. Morality is referring to the normative, which is the behavior. So do I have
your ethics or your morality? Do you think it's objective?
I think that when my morality, which is you're saying my behavior in a particular situation, aligns with what is ethical, it is in fact moral.
So that's a yes? Okay.
That just went way over his head.
Yeah, and he doesn't understand the difference, and that's okay. It's sort of getting into real philosophy to understand the difference between them. I get it, and I've been confused on it as well. It's sort of I can guarantee you if he doesn't know what passages are in the Bible, he's not going to know the difference between objective and subjective ethics. He's not going to have. But he just wants you to say, hey, I've got objective morality. That is all.
It's fucking wild. I'm making Nil fly back and forth over his head because that's exactly what's happening.
Well, I think he's trying to do a script of some sort. I'm sure he's got a script down of some sort and he expected that to be no, my ethics or my morality is not objective.
It's hard to say. It feels like, I don't know, maybe he does have a script and he's just so thick because he's just not getting or understanding any of this. But I feel like he just scribbled down a few gotchas and he's like, if I can get a gotcha, then I win,
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe he thinks he has a plan, possibly.
Maybe.
Advertisement for this debate, you are identified as an agnostic.
That's correct.
Are you absolutely sure that you are not an atheist?
I am quite certain. The definition for agnosticism is neither belief nor disbelief in any gods, and it's also the belief that nothing is known or can be known about any gods or supernatural phenomenon.
So you're
Ooh, hard agnosticism. Daring.
I cannot be an atheist or theist by definition because I don't think it's possible to know if there's a god or not.
Well,
okay.
okay. So atheism and theism has to be a belief in a god, not necessarily knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to rise to the level of knowledge, like justified true belief, in order to be a atheist or theist, because it's to do with belief in a god. And knowledge is a subset of belief, so that's not necessarily. But most of them do profess some sort of knowledge, but it's not a requirement. Like a theist could say, hey, I believe there's a god, don't claim to know, but I believe it, and they would be a theist.
Yeah, you can absolutely be a theist without knowing. It's just when the agnosticism question comes up, they say, well, you say you're an atheist because you don't worship a god, you don't believe in a god, but you don't know there's no god. That comes up surprisingly often. And my response to that is, well, you don't know either. Nobody knows. Some people argue you can't know. I don't go that far, but I have yet to meet or hear of a person who even claims to know, aside from those, the obvious fake prophets, like, rapture. The rapture's going to happen next Tuesday. That kind of person, It's freaking wild.
Do I have to sell my car again?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, most people, they're just like, well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I had a personal experience that I interpret a certain way, or yada, 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 burning in the bosoms. But they don't know. And the more honest ones, they don't claim to know. So yeah, nobody knows. So it's really only hard agnosticism that really has any value, because everyone is agnostic. The only way we could get out of that box is if a God can ever be demonstrated to exist, and then we know, or if Jester becomes chopped liver, I suppose.
I would kind of disagree. I think that sort of belief, like it depends on where it raises to the level of knowledge, but I think that most things that we lack evidence for, we believe don't exist. Like, for instance, Bigfoot, for instance, like you can say, well, I don't believe Bigfoot exists. And I think that's perfectly fine given the lack of evidence and, that we expect to find, and the entire backstory of how it came about. And so I would apply to the same to religion. I would claim to believe there is no God. Would I know there is no God? I wouldn't necessarily make that claim with any kind of strength. It's not a hill I would die on. But an atheist is someone that believes there is no God. It does not require some kind of supported knowledge of that. Just as, a belief that Bigfoot doesn't exist doesn't require a knowledge that Bigfoot doesn't exist.
Have you checked every forest and known for sure?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. How do you get to a justification on a negative claim? Because at a certain point, an absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. But when we expect to find evidence and we don't, then I think that's enough of a justification.
Right. I take a slightly different tactic. I try to find situations where we can find a contrary claim that we can demonstrate. Like, for example, it's very, very hard to prove the Earth isn't flat. What we do is we demonstrate the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which rules out it being flat. So we prove a contrary. We take a positive thing that nullifies the alternative. And we can do similar things with a lot of these kinds of generally unfalsifiable claims. Theoretically points out Gnosticism. Gnostics claim to know. Yes, that's a mistake on my part. There are Gnostics who claim to know in every fucking possible direction. Oh, my poor brain is struggling today. It's I blame Obama.
Of course. Blame Canada.
Are you the kind of agnostic who believes that one cannot know if there's a God for sure, or do you believe that you could know if there's a God if there were enough evidence? Which one do you lean
Well,
towards?
technically, there's only one type of agnostic. A lot of people don't understand that. I've given talks about the history of atheism and agnosticism, and agnosticism is, in fact, the belief that nothing can be known about any gods or supernatural phenomenon.
So you believe that you cannot know for sure if there is a God?
That's correct. We're talking about a God that exists outside time and space, I assume.
Thank you.
Yeah, I tend to agree. In that case, when you're talking about an entity that exists outside of existence, then that, first of all, that's incoherent. But also, if there were such a thing, there's no way we could know. We have no mechanism to gain that knowledge.
That's really what it. Yeah, that's really what it boils down to. And I did a lecture. I briefly mentioned it there, but I actually did a lecture on Tristan's channel, if anybody wants to look into it, about the origins of atheism and agnosticism. And that's kind of a deceptive title because we really don't know what the origins are of these beliefs, because they probably go back several 100,000 years before the written record. But we do have a really good understanding of very ancient sources of atheism and agnosticism and theism and stuff. And so I did a whole lecture on this. I mentioned my skills. My skill set is in building things, manufacturing, building boats, stuff like that. But I did attend college, and in undergraduate school, one of the elective courses that I was studying is about theology. And I also attended seminary for a while. I just wouldn't sign a statement of faith because I was an agnostic and I wasn't going to lie about it. And so I had to audit classes, which is extremely expensive, and anybody knows how that whole thing goes. And so I decided to eventually stop wasting my money. But one of the things I did study when I was in seminary was the origins of atheism and agnosticism. So there really is a history behind it. But the thing that we need to understand is that in the modern world that we're living in right now, words like atheism and agnosticism and theism get used in these umbrella terms. And at the end of the day, every single human being has a right to identify with whatever they feel comfortable with. You know, if they want to call themselves an atheist, fine. If they want to call themselves a theist or agnostic, fine. But atheism is this broad umbrella term that covers like hard atheism and soft atheism, which is you can't, you know, they're really contain two different sets of beliefs. One believes there is no God, one just simply lacks a belief in God. So to really parse all this out, you have to define, first of all, what kind of God are we talking about? What, you know, there's just so many details if it really matters that much, if you're going to have a productive conversation with somebody. So to just have a general overview, oh, I lack belief, okay, you're an atheist. You know, oh, I have belief, well, then you're a theist. And if you don't think it's possible to know, then you're an agnostic. But again, this is about a God that lives outside time and space. I don't think we can know anything about something that we can't test or we can't falsify. So that's what makes me agnostic.
Okay, that's valid. Quick note, Spielkalb wishes to have a link to that lecture. Can you find it or dig it up or what have you? Everything went sideways for a second.
Sorry, I just got an alert. My phone is dying on me here, so I just got to plug this in. I think, is my charger working here? If I disappear on you guys, it's because I forgot to plug my phone in. But as far as the link goes, I can definitely well, I can't plug things to YouTube comment sections. It's on Tristan Gabriel's channel, the channel I'm doing this debate on.
Okay.
So if you go to his channel and look at the history, it'll be alive and it'll say history of atheism and agnosticism with objective ethics. And we did actually talk about some very interesting things, global politics and geopolitics, and a lot of things got covered in that. One of my supernatural experiences, if you want to call it that, when I used to work as a bouncer at the strip clubs, I had a really weird thing happen. So just some fun stories, some background stuff that it's a wild ride. It's a very entertaining interview if you want to watch it.
Let me just Google Foo a little bit. Yeah, I got it.
You got it already? Okay. I found the channel. It's Tristan G21 because the channel is 21st Century Mind, but I hadn't found the actual thing yet. We're all hunting. We're digging. We're gonna find it.
No, I got it. Just have to open the chat.
While Mark's working on that, I like to pose that there is a third flavor of atheism. I don't know there's a God. I don't believe there's a God. There's also, I don't worship a God, right? Because there were atheists in ancient Greece, like when everybody thought there were a whole bunch of gods. And even the people we would call atheists were like, oh, the gods might, maybe, probably, I don't know. But like, if you believed Zeus existed and Athena existed and all of those folks, Neptune or Saturn and all those guys, but you didn't personally worship one of them, you were an atheist because you didn't worship a god, even if you thought they existed. So that's one of the things that we.
No, you're right about that, sister. You're absolutely right about that. That's a really good point to bring up, actually, because that gets overlooked a lot. And there's another type of atheism that a lot of atheists don't identify with, but Buddhism, something like Buddhism, where you don't believe in a God, but you still believe in an afterlife and what we might consider supernatural. So that's why when I talk to people who say they're theists, I ask them, well, what kind of a theist are you? Because if I'm going to talk to them about Jesus and they turn out they're a Muslim or they believe in Jainism or something like this, it does no good to really talk about Jesus. You know, same thing with atheism. If I'm going to talk with them about atheism, is okay, what do you actually believe when you say atheism? What does that mean to you?
There's actually more than that. There's actually a whole bunch of them. And what occurs to me as an atheist, people that think that the concept of God is so incoherent and meaningless that it's not even a topic of discussion. Like, seriously, they think that the entire concept is so contradictory, meaningless, and incoherent that you just don't even pay attention to it. There's also how do you say apatheists, which are people that do not care about whether a God exists or not. They're an atheist because they don't believe in a God, but they literally go, well, I do not care in the slightest to even discuss it. They
Okay,
ignore
yeah,
it, essentially.
there's a
So
huge
there's,
group of the nuns who are like that. They don't call
yeah,
themselves atheists because they
correct.
so much do not care. They don't even want to go that far.
Yeah, so a lot of the time under sort of demographic surveys like, censuses and things, they will actually put other because they're not, or they'll just put none as their religion kind of thing. And so we know there's a whole bunch of people out there who don't identify as atheist because they literally haven't cared to think about it and don't want to. And that's fine. They live their lives just fine. They're good, decent people, upstanding, because you don't need God to have morality. Just saying.
It's yeah. So yeah, there are a whole bunch of flavors.
Bingo, Mark. Bingo.
Yeah. Yeah, and we love the flavors. The diversity is delightful.
And you seem to be fairly certain that you cannot know who God exists.
You'd have to define God to make sure we're talking about the same thing here.
Did you use your reasoning to determine that we can't know whether or not God exists?
Oh, pre-sup
It's
alert.
based on
I was just thinking this is smelling pre-sup flavor.
Yep.
reasoning, intelligibility, which is based on experience.
Okay. Now, how do you know whether or not your reasoning is working correctly?
Because of the asymmetry, that's the experiential asymmetry. So I balance my experiences and thoughts against what I see in other people's experiences and thoughts. We have the empirical evidence that I cannot predict the future. If you're looking to hide behind hard solipsism, religion isn't going to get you that answer. You're stuck in the same pinwheel.
I like that.
Yep.
Not just knocking down his line of argumentation, but also like preempting, like, oh, are you trying for this? Because that's a bad idea, friend. Like, even if he wasn't going to go there, it still carries some rhetorical potency because you had just said, I can't predict the future, and then made a prediction.
And someone, as far as I'm concerned, when someone goes to hard solipsism, they've just lost the debate and they're just trying to muddy the waters because nobody gets out of hard solipsism for free. Like you have to beg the question in order to get out of it.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. I mean, I take a slightly different tactic with questions like that. When somebody's like, "Well, how can you be sure that your reason is working properly?" I say, I assume it's not because I'm capable of error. That's the entire point of science is when we come to we build our hypothesis, we do our best to knock it down because we make the assumption we're probably wrong.
There is a really strong argument, in my opinion, against hard solipsism. I'm not saying it's a solution necessarily, but I do think that when I mentioned, and I didn't want to, because we were so limited on time, and I didn't want to get accused of being rude and filibustering, I didn't want to go into this whole diatribe about the experiential asymmetry. But when we really think about and break down what that actually means, because this is the whole basis of the cogito, but when you add the asymmetry to the experiential thing that Descartes was talking about, this gives it even more ammunition against the solipsism argument because I don't deduce my own sensation of pain. I experience it, but I can deduce the same experience in other people, even though I know that it's technically slightly different. And again, I don't want to waste all our time tonight getting into all that, but I do think there's some really good arguments against hard solipsism based on this asymmetry of the experiential nature of things. However, as Mark was starting to point out, you don't get out of this with religion. Just claiming that God is a foundation doesn't get you out of your own hard solipsism wheel. You're still stuck. You still have to rely on your own intelligibility to even determine if God is telling you something or not. So it doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. We don't want to spend a whole shit ton of time on that because we do still have quite a bit of debate to cover. We're making good progress, but oh boy. But yes, I like that tactic. Many years ago, I didn't even know the term hard solipsism. I was presented with the cogito and was given to understand that all we can be sure of is our own existence, that Descartes was completely unable to extend that to anything else. And so I took it as like a mental challenge. Like, can I prove anything else actually exists? And the closest I ever got was the pain thing. Like, other people can feel pain. I can't be imagining that for them, and the demon can't be tricking me into thinking they're feeling pain. It just, I mean, he could, and that's why it started to fall apart, but my thoughts were leaning in that direction, that other people's verifiable experiences. Knowledge was another one. Like, other people knowing things I don't know means they're having unique experiences. They're not just figments of my imagination, you know? But that could be the demon. But again, tangents. But yeah, I think there's merit to that.
Did you use your reasoning to determine that your reasoning is working?
Again, it's the asymmetry of experience that we use our reasoning to ascertain that.
Why have you stopped short of being an agnostic? Why don't you just go all the way and be an atheist?
Same reason I haven't gone all the way to be a theist, because I give it a 50-50 proposition.
Do you think that Christianity is a myth?
Christianity is a myth.
Yeah, do you think it's a myth?
I think all religions are mythical in nature.
Okay.
They were invented by men. They're stories that were created by men. To
Okay,
answer
so-
questions. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Do you know who Yeshua ben Joseph is?
Yeshua.
This is the part you were talking about where
Yeah.
you thought it might be a
That's
trick question
Jesus,
because
yeah.
he's just randomly shotgunning
Yeah.
things with no seeming point.
I don't know. Like usually,
He's run me through hard solipsism. He's run me through hard solipsism for how many Bibles were printed, and at this point I'm starting to. You can see the steam coming out of my ears. I was still pissed off about his statements about the essay against women. To
Yeah.
be honest with you, I was still having some emotional stuff I was having to try and keep cool about. So I really kind of look like an idiot right here, and rightfully so.
no, I don't
No,
think
it's
so. I
valid
mean,
part.
like most Christians would not know who Yeshua bin, like
That's
Benjamin
true.
is. Most Christians wouldn't know that. So don't, it's just sort of a little bit of obscure lore from his favorite fairy tale. It just, like, he's just trying to, not having got you in the traps that he's trying to set, he's trying for something like, oh, well, you don't know enough to comment about it, which is wrong. Like, he's just basically doing these obscure references, just trying to make a point. But he, like, when you're doing a cross exam, like, you were leading somewhere with it. We examine the Bible, like with your rebuttal, and I would hope that in your questioning you would lead somewhere with it. He's leading nowhere. It's like he will ask a question, get an answer, and then he considers it as a victory when he hasn't tied it to any kind of argument.
Maybe in his head he has. Maybe he's playing
Maybe.
5D gents and we're all too smooth brained to figure it out. But he does seem to really like these non sequiturs where, the Bible has been printed more than any other holy book, therefore it's the most true. Like,
Yeah.
what's the connection? You're jumping things here. What the hell? So maybe that's what he's got going on. It's just the mythical one threw me a little bit too, because, like, actually, first, Mark, you're absolutely right about Yeshua, because I remember very clearly the first time I ever heard someone refer to the Christ as Yeshua. I was in a room full of Christians, and all of them were like, who? What?
Yeah.
And then the person had to explain that's another language's version of what you called Jesus. Well, why didn't you just say Jesus? We're in America, speak American.
Isn't it like Jesus, son of Joseph? Isn't that basically the translation?
It's a hybrid thing. The bin
Okay.
is more like Arabic or Bedouin tradition, but yeah.
To have been in the bin.
Yeah, it'd be like saying, Yeshua Mick O'Malley. Like, you're mixing your languages in your attempt to anachronistically retrofit a name
Right,
to make it seem
right.
it's weird.
But Ben Joseph, go ahead and just jog my memory to make sure I'm on the same page here.
1 minute,
Actually,
by the way. 1 minute. 1 minute.
we call him Jesus, but when Jesus was on the earth, he actually went by Yeshua, not
Okay.
Jesus. He got the name Jesus later.
No, I understand that.
Oh.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Now,
So he changed his identity. Did he get his driver's license updated? Was that legal in first century Palestine? I'm being
How does this
facetious,
tie into morality in the slightest?
right?
Like when he walked upon this earth, he used a different name. What does that have to do with anything? I don't understand. I don't.
It's a surprise. Maybe.
Okay.
Actually, it kind of reminds me of somebody like making a cake, right? Like they're just randomly pulling together a whole bunch of ingredients. And maybe it'll turn into a cake, or maybe it'll turn into a mud pie. We'll find out.
Maybe.
now, do you think that Yeshua or Jesus was a true historical figure who actually existed?
I lean towards historicity. I'm not convinced either way fully, but I do lean towards historicity.
Okay. If you think that Christianity is a myth, are you sure that there could be enough evidence to actually convince you that Christianity is not a myth?
Oh, absolutely. There could be evidence. Yeah.
What is a woman?
Yeah, God showing up would do a lot of work on that one.
It's a good start. I mean, it depends. He's kind of like equivocating on what he means by Christianity being a myth, right? Because like it could mean a few different things. If you want to, a myth is a very specific kind of story. It's a creation story, or the story of how something came to be this way, to put it more broadly or more precisely, which is the opposite of broadly, because my meat brain is getting quite tired.
That's okay. Well, I don't like the answer when he because he's kind of laying these really, I mean, they're clumsy traps. They're sort of these really ham-fisted kind of sort of conflations. So when he's saying, do you think Christianity is a myth? I would say, no, I think it's a religion based upon myths. Right, like I wouldn't say Christianity is a myth, and I know that's pedantic and very, sort of getting into nitpicky. But then he gets to say, well, if Christianity is a myth, but certain things are historical, that's a, that's a contradiction in terms. Like you've said it's a myth, but you say it's historical. He gets to say that. Whereas if you say, well, no, it's a religion, it's based upon myths, though, you can sort of go, but it's not all mythological. I just don't believe the part about the supernatural stuff.
Right.
Like, because, the fact that Jerusalem's a place and there were Jews living there and there was Pharisees and stuff, we don't think that's mythological. But we do think that the, walking on water and, curing blindness with a touch, that's so mythological seeming that we go, hey, we don't believe all of that stuff. And the real important one is whether Jesus rose from the dead, whether you think that's mythological or not. That's the important part. Now, every single word could be true except for the magic, and it, Christianity really falls in a heap. So, I think that a lot more nuance to his answers would probably be a good idea to explain what you mean by it, because he's just looking for a one-sentence answer. And if you have nuance, I would say give that nuance. Don't just give a short answer that he gets to say, oh, you've contradicted yourself.
Yeah, or even pretend to. Yeah, I like how you phrased that, Mark, because even though, it's a couple extra words, but it's the minimum amount of words to precisely make a point. And that's excellently done. See, I would go on a much longer tear. I might say something along the lines of, well, do you think King Arthur was real? Because
you can't ask questions in a cross-examination.
Details. Okay, well, then I might say something like,
but though,
as real
I'm
as
really,
King Arthur.
I am picking up. No, I am picking up what you guys are putting down, because I'm realizing here, and this is why I love this constructive criticism, because this is brilliant what you guys are telling me, and I just so appreciate you guys being so considerate and thoughtful to let me come on here and do this, because this, even though I'm trying to be respectful in this cross-examination and give direct answers, this is actually an opportunity to land points by adding a qualifier to my answer. And I totally missed that opportunity. Yep. And I could have done it several times here, and I just didn't realize that was even within the rules. And I didn't, I'm very much I like to play within the rules because when I win, I feel very good about that victory. You know what I mean? I hate to say it like that, but a lot of times if you're really good at something and you just beat up everybody, challenging yourself to do it within the rules is one added element, that you can challenge yourself against. So I really want to, this guy obviously wasn't giving me a very good competition. He was beating himself, frankly, and I was starting to get kind of like annoyed with the situation. So I could have absolutely slammed this guy by adding some, like you said, qualifiers that really just exposed how nonsensical this might have been a great point to point out how some of these fallacies, these logical fallacies would have been during this time here on his time.
Yeah, and just give the answer you want, not the answer he wants. Because you seem to be doing that, giving him just the answer he wants, but not adding anything to it from yourself. So give the answer you want. And if he wants his time back, if he thinks you're going too far, he can reclaim his time at any point. That's not up to you to give him his time back because you've been talking too long. And you must be aware that the audience doesn't want a long-winded filibustery answer. I get that. I totally get that. But if it's a nuanced subject, give a nuanced answer and let him worry about how much time you're taking, because that's his job, not yours.
Mm-hmm. He could just ask a clearer question that wouldn't require so much explanation.
Yep.
Yes.
I love that question. That's so funny. So a woman, what we understand with modern science and neurology, I'll answer the question. A woman is a human being whose physical anatomy, which includes their mental state and identity, aligns with what we observe in an adult human female. So a female can be a man or woman. A male can be a man or woman.
Can a biological man become a woman?
That's time. That was the last question, Matthew.
Womp womp. Yeah.
You don't get to be a bigot.
That's the ultimate shotgun of who knows what the fuck he's doing here. I didn't hear it. It must have caught right at the pause or something. But yeah, his last question is, can you define a woman? The fuck does that have to do with anything? It's just a clear dog whistle to bigotry. How can we have morality without random bigotry? And we've discussed what I thought about that answer. It's not the worst answer. Mm-hmm. It's a long talk though.
Yeah, this is really outside my field of study because I have just always been a polite person. So I never really looked into the science behind this, as I told Amber. So using pronouns and things of this nature to me was just a matter of respect. I didn't have to understand the nuance behind it because I'm just trying to be respectful anyway. So I have recently been actually looking into the science. I've been very impressed with how much science there is in this. But I have somebody who watched this debate that challenged me to a debate about transgenderism. And I was like, I'm not qualified to debate this. I mean, I have this, but I did tell them, I says, I can probably find somebody who would debate you. So I want to bring that up now, because if there's anybody in this community who wants to debate somebody about that, I know somebody that wants to debate this whole gender thing. I'm just not qualified to do. I would love to stand up for people and have that debate because I think there is real science behind it. But I wouldn't debate evolution either. I'm just not qualified for it. I would debate the flood myth because I build boats. I can dunk all over that global flood and that stupid Noah's Ark all day, all week. I can debate morality, but I can't debate something like this. I'm just not qualified.
Well, none of us are really qualified. That's the thing. We bring out arguments and things, but yeah, you would expect to study up on it. And if you haven't studied it, that's fair. That's completely fair. I don't claim to be a biologist. I'll still debate evolution. I don't, But I saw the most fantastic debate. It was done by Amy Newman and Dr. Christopher Thompson, who is a neurologist, on modern day debate. I know everyone hates modern day debate. I hate modern day debate these days, which I defended it for so long. I'm sorry. Forgive me. It sucks. But they did so well. A neurologist with Amy Newman, who's an absolute legend in the community. If you can contact them, I'm sure that they would love to debate, especially Chris, man. He loves debating that stuff because, well, he's a freaking neurologist,
Right. The same reason you love the flood thing, because that's literally his jam.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, I can send an email to Chris if you want and say, hey, somebody's looking for someone to debate trans issues and see what happens.
Yeah, because I'm happy to talk to people, educate people, answer good faith questions, but that's one area that I won't debate, because anybody who wants to debate whether a group of humans deserves human rights or even whether we exist, automatically not good faith. So I'm not debating them.
No, that's fair. And I think like most people that are debating on the opposing trans rights are mainly just dog whistling for their, incredibly bigoted followers. And it worries me upon occasion that that's all that they're doing, kind of thing. So yeah, I generally don't debate it either, because A, I don't know enough about it, and B, the dog whistles and the content of character you get from those people are freaking shocking. Just shocking. So yeah.
Yep, as a general rule, it's going to ruin your day and you're going to regret it. So it's wise to avoid. Absolutely. Not just for qualification reasons, but because of the whole package you get with that sort of deal.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go into your cross, I believe.
We're going to go ahead and
All
turn the
have
table.
here answer that one.
Yeah, we can go ahead and have
Okay.
the opening and the questions from those that are in the comments. Those of you guys that are in the comments, by all means, send your questions. Make sure you put the name of the person. Daniel, whenever you're ready, we can go ahead and begin.
Okay.
All right.
Are you aware that the definitions of subjective are dependent on a mind, or in philosophy it means subject to change over time?
Repeat the question.
Are you aware the definitions for subjective are dependent on a mind, or in philosophy it means subject to change over time?
Well, yeah,
according
kind
to
of.
who? I mean,
So subjective is stance dependent. So yeah, it basically, you're right. It does require a mind to have a stance, and it requires a stance to be subjective. Change over time is not necessarily the case. That's whether it's relative or not. I don't think that's necessarily subjective, because objective things like the size of a stone can change over time, right? It gets eroded, it gets washed away. Definitely can change over time. The size of it is still objective. Right, it's not stance dependent, so that's not necessarily the case. But relative morality does change over time, depending on circumstances. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think absolute is the term for stuff that just doesn't change.
Correct. Yes.
You can have absolute and objective, but they aren't necessarily the same thing.
Correct.
Just gave you it's subjective. That's the definition. Are you aware of that, or are you not educated in that field? That's fine if you're not.
My understanding of what subjective means, but
okay, that's fine. Are you aware the definition of arbitrary is based on random choices or personal whims?
Yes, that I can agree.
Okay. Do you think it's a good idea to base our society on a book that is subjectively open to arbitrary prescription of moral and ethical behavior, which was used historically to justify things like slavery, misogyny, and genocide?
Now that's what I call a loaded question. However, I do want to commend the by comparison, that shotgun bullshit Matthew did, and then what you did with the question that uses the previous two questions.
Yes. Yeah,
Like
already it's more structured. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, a couple of questions to set the thing, or you're working towards a question where, those two questions will play into what his answer will be. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the premise of your question is very prejudiced and very biased.
That's a yes or no. Do you think it's a good idea? You do think it's a good idea to do that?
Good holding him to the thing. Like, I mean, he's technically correct that there is a built-in prejudicial element to your question, but he's prone to wander off topic, and you're saying, just answer the damn question. That's a good use of your ability to redirect.
So what was the question exactly? What was the question?
So I asked him if he thinks it's a good idea to use something that's subjectively open to arbitrary interpretation that has previously been used to justify slavery, misogyny, bigotry, etc., as the moral foundation for society.
Right. Okay.
It's too many words for poor Matthew. Oh, I'm so mean. He deserves it, though. The bigoted fuck.
Well, I mean, if it was me, I would just say yes, because, just to steel man his position, I would say yes, because those people that interpreted that way were wrong, kind of thing. They had interpreted incorrectly. It would open you up to a whole load of problems trying to say, oh, my version is the correct one, and here's how we know. There would be a massive problem there. Right, but just sort of saying, hey, you've got a problem with the question, it doesn't get you where you need to go. I mean, even if he said, hey, no, it didn't promote slavery, that was an incorrect interpretation. That's better than what he's doing, saying, hey, you put a number of prejudices in the question. Well, okay, can you answer it? Because you didn't say everybody used it for that, but it has been used in the past for that, right? Like, which is absolutely true, and which he would agree with. So if he answered like, oh, you're putting some prejudice, I would say, don't you agree that some people used the Bible to justify these things? And then he's got to...
And that's the other thing that I did, and I don't know if this gets me out of a fallacy or if I'm still committing a fallacy here with a loaded question, but I intentionally did not say the Bible. I said, do you think we should use something?
Right.
And I left it just as a vague general something. And so I don't know, again, that may not have, I thought I would be able to get out of that fallacy, that loaded question, by just asking, hey, just in generally speaking, should we use something that's so problematic, essentially?
Well, you haven't really loaded it, because he has sort of acknowledged that people have used the Bible for that. You're not saying that people have only, like, the only use of the Bible is for prejudice. So I don't think it's that loaded, because if he, sort of says, oh, well, you're prejudicing it, it's like, wait, have people not used it for, doing these horrible things? Yes, they have. Then you're not prejudicing it. You're giving an accurate description. I would probably take issue with the idea that it is arbitrary, right? It probably wasn't arbitrary at the time, because that's personal whim. And I don't think that the Bible was written on personal whim. I think it was written in response to the social, environmental factors that the people in, ancient Canaan were in. It wasn't really personal whim.
Well,
But
the arbitrary part, as I perceive the question, is people cherry picking which bits, like, oh, we have to do slavery, but we're not going to do this other thing, or
well, I still
we're
don't
not
think
going to
that's
do
personal
slavery,
whim.
but adultery's fine.
I still don't think that's personal whim. I think that is a subjective interpretation based upon, like, what you have been raised in, what your culture says, what your ideas of right and wrong is. I don't think it's whim, right? Like, so whim is very random. It's just like, oh, I could pick either one, but on a whim, I think I'll pick this one, kind of thing. It's very, very no reasons for doing so, which is different than subjective, which means you have a stance, right? And I think that the interpretation of the Bible is subjective. I just don't think it's arbitrary. I think there are reasons why these people are taking the position and cherry picking the Bible, mostly around their indoctrination into the religion in the first place. So they will take the subjective stance from the Bible, but I don't think it's whim. I think there is a pattern to what they are picking and why they are picking it. So I disagree with their interpretation is arbitrary.
Okay, that's fair.
But he probably won't pick that up. Just saying.
I'd say it's a good bet.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think the Bible is that. So
Okay,
therefore, that's a trick question.
The Bible wasn't actually mentioned in my question. But we'll move on. Are you aware that
That's good. That's really good. Yeah, it didn't mention the Bible. I'm sure if you said the Quran, he'd be like, oh no, we shouldn't use that. No, absolutely not. Yeah. So even better, you could have just gone, actually, I was talking about the Quran. That would have been hilarious.
I'm certain Matthew is never going to watch this, but on the off chance anyone clips a section to show Matthew, that is how you do a gotcha, Matthew.
Yeah.
there's not a single verse? The Bible wasn't mentioned in my question. Are you aware that there's not a single verse in the Bible that states there's a division of the Mosaic law by moral law, ceremonial law, or judicial law?
That's not true. There is.
All right, what's the verse? Chapter and verse?
Okay,
Well,
okay.
boy,
I got
that's
to
a
stop you here. That's definitely a loaded question, and I'll probably avoid them. You know, if you're trying to reach Christians, they're going to be aware that, hey, this is kind of a underhanded way to do things. Are you aware that this claim that you're making, kind of thing, right? Like, it's not a good idea to do that because it does come off so. It always annoys me when Christians do it to me. Are you aware that? And then they put in, were you aware that Hitler was an atheist, kind of thing? And it's like, no, he wasn't. He was weird, but he wasn't an atheist. Like it is a loaded question, and that is definitely sort of a fallacy where you're trying to insert a confirmation of the statement you've made into the question. And I would probably avoid doing that because it definitely annoys people.
Somewhat related, but definitely a tangent. Where did I put my there it is. I need my tangent emoji. That's what it's for. A Holocaust denier used, okay, so basically they were saying the Holocaust never happened, and I was like, there's so much evidence. Here's a historical reference, here's magazine articles, here's photos, here's newsreel footage,
Right.
etc. And they're like, well, Hitler was a vegetarian. And I'm like, the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea in China? And they go, well, the Jews wouldn't eat pork. So why would a vegetarian want to kill people who won't eat pork? Clearly, it never happened. And I'm like, wow.
What the hell?
I'm like,
Unrelated.
Mhm.
Because a vegetarian has never done a bad thing.
No.
Yeah, maybe a better way is to say, do you agree that, and then put in the thing, right? And then if they say, well, no, I don't agree that it says that, you can then ask them, why in this verse does it say, and then do the verse, and then he's left struggling to explain what that means. But yeah, I do like what you're saying here, but it's just the way you're framing it is, a bit bad.
Yeah, I could see how that actually does look bad. The problem is that I was anticipating so many of his arguments, which in this particular situation, I actually anticipated that he would run to a typical place Christians run to, which is to try and say, well, the Old Testament laws are no longer valid. It's only ceremonial laws, blah, blah, blah. He actually already denied that, which I should have been focused more on what he'd already said,
Yep.
that he embraced the Old Testament. So
Right.
I should not have even asked that question in hindsight.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, as we said at the very beginning, nobody ever does a perfect performance, and
No, absolutely not.
yeah. So yeah, don't overstress.
That's a whole nother discussion, but there are several verses in the New Testament that makes the distinction between the ceremonial laws, like sacrificing and barbecuing animals, the dietary laws, the case laws, and
that's articulated, and those are articulated specifically.
The Hebrews especially, yeah. I mean that the ceremonial sacrificial laws are obsolete, and because you have Jesus, who is the ultimate final sacrifice, so we don't need to be barbecuing animals anymore.
Oh, for fuck's sake. There's so much wrong with that. But also, this is one of those areas where the reclaiming your time thing could have been useful because he started wandering around on random shit.
And plus, we're not talking about laws. We're talking about morality. And so, if the Bible is full of these oughts, what you ought to do, what you ought not to do, how do you then say, well, some of them are just ceremonial? Because it doesn't make that clear, right? Like, there's no way you can just say, hey, in I think it's First Timothy where I think Paul says, women should not speak in church, kind of thing, because Paul was just wonderful towards women, or they should not give any kind of sermon, or I think in another place, I can't remember where, he sort of said that like Jesus is the head of the church, the man is the head of the household, kind of thing. How do we tell if that's ceremonial or an actual law? I mean, we're talking about morality here, which is not just, well, we put all of this into law, but that's definitely an ought. A woman ought not speak in church. It's very clear there. So should we listen to that? Or how do you tell what's ceremonial from what's actually supposed to be a moral instruction? There's no way to tell.
Yeah, there's no labels, there's no symbols, there's no little legend thing. It just whatever your vibes are telling you, man, it's all good.
Go for the vibes. I got to dash away for 1 second. I'm so sorry. I will be back in 1 sec. I do apologize.
Actually, I have to take a quick. My wife she's doing dinner and she needs me to help her out for just a couple minutes. So I'm gonna leave this on. Just don't stop for me if you guys get back. Just keep going
Okay.
because I know other people are also on the clock here. But I will be right back.
Okay. So we'll do a quick intermission. I only have a very short video, but I'll play it because it's fun. It's like 42 seconds of apologists saying silly things, and I hope y'all enjoy.
It was actually a tremendous blessing to these children for them to be killed and go to heaven and be with God.
Carl, that kills people.
I have a problem with this stuff being normalized across the spectrum, and specifically, like, why push this on kids? Why introduce this to kids?
I want to be ignorant, honestly.
If God is not good, then guess what? We are all absolutely screwed.
Stop letting people pressure you into thinking.
Apologist bingo. Don't you just love it? I am working on both making that longer as I harvest more clips of apologists saying very silly things, but also producing other break things, possibly commercials. I don't know what they're going to look like. If you want to help, first of all, you can send me clips of things that would be useful for that compilation, but also, there's a bunch of ways to support the channel. While this is my job, I do still need to like pay for lights and food and things. And there's a bunch of ways to do that. TLDR, many options on my website, betterthanember.com, where you can also find links to all the other stuff I do, from Good News Over on the Transpositions to the Comic-Con I run in Watertown, New York every summer. Bunch of things, but I won't go into it a whole lot right now because I see Mark has returned.
Yeah, I've returned. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all good. I can literally vamp for 5 minutes without even saying
Well, I
anything.
wouldn't expect you to do that. I just have human things. Have to human occasionally.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Considering we were gonna try to one-shot this, I probably should have planned to build in an intermission, a proper one. But I am bad at my job, as all the world knows. All right. Yeah, so I guess we can proceed a
Yeah,
little
let's
bit.
just continue on, yeah.
Yeah.
Even though in the Old Testament it says that the offerings at the temple will be carried on forever. Okay. Other than Jesus' commands that reference the Mosaic law from the Old Testament, what new laws for society are specifically and expressly codified in the New Testament?
None.
Repeat the question.
This is great.
So in the Old Testament, we have 613 codified laws, right?
Yeah.
In the New Testament, I am unaware of a single codification of any specific laws other than arbitrary definitions like love or kindness, things of this nature, which you certainly can't base laws on. So is there something in the New Testament where the new laws are codified?
Well, Paul said, let every man be a husband of one wife. So that pretty much got rid of polygamy. And so, yeah, in a roundabout way, yeah. The New Testament has some.
So they're not specifically codified and identified as laws.
No. 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 I don't know why you would have to. The problem is there's a phrase, hoisted by your own petard. He's tied his own noose, basically, because he's equated laws with morals. So once you start doing that and then there's no laws in the New Testament, well, you're basically saying, well, there's no morals in it either. So it's a very, very good question because he's already tied it into, well, laws and morals are kind of the same thing. Whereas we wouldn't say that for something like the New Testament. We would say, hey, it's got a whole bunch of morals in it, but they're mostly in the forms of parables and stories, how you ought to behave, that are sort of codified, but, then they don't rise to the level of laws, which in the Old Testament, those laws are, well, if you if your ox gores a person, you pay 50 shekels to the owner of the person, kind of thing. It's a completely different story. But he's already at the start tied those two to each other. So he's really done himself a disservice by taking the tact that laws are just morals. This is his problem. And I love what OE has done here.
Yeah. You bought it, you paid for it, you own it. Good job.
Yep. Yeah. So basically, either has to go, well, it's full of morals, not laws, right? That's what he's got to say, and that's what a person who hasn't already tied himself to it would say. Like, morals are just how you ought to behave. You don't have to have laws in order to demonstrate. A fairy tale can have a morality to it. Aesop's fables, they have a morality. What you ought to do in a situation doesn't need to be a law. But he either has to say, oh, well, they're not laws, they're just morals, and then validate his previous thing, or what does he do? He's going to double down on, well, yeah, it does have laws in there, when clearly it doesn't.
Although I think we might do better for society basing our laws on Aesop's fables over the Bible, because
possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if a tortoise races a hare, fucking let them. But also, ducks should have grapes. You got any grapes?
I'm all in favor of ducks.
But not like the Old Testament. But
okay, yeah. Based on empirical data such as archaeological evidence, scholarly consensus, and critical scholarship, things like the Code of Hammurabi and ethics and moral duty, taught by ancient Greek philosophers such as Aristotle, for example, predates the Torah. Not Aristotle case, but in the Code of Hammurabi, predates the Torah by as much as 1,000 years. The life and teachings about peace and nonviolence by Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddhist, predate the life and teachings of Jesus by about 500 years. What unique moral and ethical edicts, not related to end times or heaven and hell hermeneutics, are found in the Bible?
Is there a question in there somewhere?
Yes, it was at the end. It was at the end where he said, what morals and ethics not related to some form of eschatology, right? Heaven and hell, saving and non-saving. So what actual moral prescriptions for life on this earth are there that hasn't been shown by another culture previously?
Yeah. The way it was phrased was a little bit clunky. It could have been boiled down a little bit more. Both for, smooth brains like Matthew to better understand, but also for the interests of time. Something perhaps along the lines of what original moral ideas first appear in the Bible. I get why OE wanted to spell out a few specific examples of things that have preceded the Bible.
Well, I think it would be better to use those as follow-up questions, right? So you say, what previous examples? Oh, love thy neighbor. Well, that's actually in the Code of Hammurabi or the Code of Ur-Nama. Thou shalt not murder. Well, that's in the Code of Hammurabi. Is there anything else in the thingo that's original? Do unto others. Well, that's actually in the Book of the Dead in Egypt. Do you have anything that's original?
Yeah, I like that approach. That's
right. So then he gets to sort of say things and then get, but you'd have to have a very good working knowledge of the origin of all of these sort of moral structures from.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's very effective. I like it. Meanwhile, Jester's also being very effective with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jester. And says, true, as your ducky Lord of Fools, where are my grapes? Don't we all? Now I want grapes. Damn it. Why do I keep mentioning food? I know why. It's because I'm always hungry. Oh, behold! The grapes have appeared.
Jester prays, and they suddenly appear.
It's a miracle. See, I don't know why people go to Christian channels. We have all the miracles. Like just now, we've had God actually drop by, which is a thing I've never seen on a Christian channel. Hell, God sent a super chat a few months ago. The Christians are dropping money in piles at these churches, but God sent me money. Like, that's how it's supposed to go. When God loves you, God sends you money. Right? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, what unique moral and ethical edicts are found in the Bible that are not found in other religions around the world and that are not predated by other religions around the world?
Well, ultimately, God is the lawgiver, and
So he pauses, resets, and answers a different question.
I feel like there should be a meme of that with that modem sound.
Yeah.
Well, God is the lawgiver. That's not asked.
Uh-huh.
I hope he reclaims his time real fast and says, "Look, could you answer the question? What moral? Yeah, go for it." Wow.
any virtue. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's other societies that predate biblical times where they said stealing is wrong, but how many? I would say there's a lot of things. I mean, honor the Sabbath. Do not worship false gods. Do you think?
Do you think that no other religion before Christianity had holy days? Are you serious right now?
Holy shit. No false gods. Do you have any idea? There were no holy wars before Christianity. There were never people who killed each other over false gods. It just, nope, that's a new. If Christianity introduced the concept of, well, I suppose it would be Judaism, since we're talking 10 Commandments level shit. Why would that make the world more moral if suddenly there's holy wars? What the
I have
fuck?
no idea.
Yikes.
Those laws are in other religious writings. Do not bear false witness. Do not murder.
Yeah, as far as do not murder, do not lie, and do not murder are certainly found throughout ancient history in Mesopotamia. But as far as obeying the Sabbath, I don't understand why that's going to be relative to any kind of functional society. And what was, I can't remember the other nonsensical one.
Not having sex with animals. The Bible says don't have sex with animals. Are there any other religions that say don't have sex with animals? Don't have sex with
Yes, no religion, no moral code has ever said anything of the fucking hell. Does the Bible even say that, though?
I gotta say this. I really hope Matthew doesn't watch this because I'm not trying to hurt his feelings, but I don't know if you can tell by the look on my face right now, but I literally wanted to ask him at this point, do you think that if it wasn't for the Bible, we should be sending like animal services over to your house to check on your cat? Because, you know, some people refer to felines as pussy cats. I mean, are you confused about any of that without the Bible?
Okay.
Apparently, the Hittite laws condemned bestiality, and the Torah copied them. According to thetorah.com. Oh my.
certain relatives. Don't have sex with same-sex people. I mean,
well, if you're not supposed to have sex with certain relatives, why was the eldest son required to marry the mother if the father was killed in ancient Israel?
Son,
right.
No, I think it's the brother. If the brother loses his wife, I'm okay. If a guy loses his wife, no.
He's so confused.
I think he is right, though. I think it's if the someone's brother is killed in battle, his brother is supposed to marry the guy's wife.
That one for sure. There may be a thing with mothers. I don't know. I don't know all of them. I do know that the same-sex thing that's been done to death, but TLDR, that doesn't actually occur anywhere in Scripture. The closest you're going to get is Paul talking about people being consumed with unnatural desires. What does that mean?
Dan McClellan, Dr. Dan McClellan has done an excellent job of refuting all that stuff. anti homosexuality stuff that comes out of a lot of Christians that they claim that's in the Bible. Dr. Dan McClellan has done an excellent job of refuting that for anybody who doesn't watch his channel. But yeah, and as far as the I can't remember. I'm still thinking about how silly this guy is. But yeah, it's insane where this guy was going with all this stuff. But I did make a mistake. I do think I was wrong. It's not the son. I do believe he's correct. It was the brother.
Yeah.
Well, he's struggling towards correct.
Yeah.
I was wondering if that was an intentional tactic. First of all, I wondered if there was a verse I wasn't aware of, which is very, very possible. But also, if it was intentional to see if he would correct you correctly, like as a tactical move kind of thing. I did something similar. The one time I got to lay into Witsit is I'd started bringing up things that I knew were wrong. Something. Oh shit! It was the San Francisco Bay Bridge, right? Because that's one example of the Earth's curvature being factored into construction because the towers lean slightly away from each other, and that had to be calculated into the engineering so that the cables would be long enough, and so I said something along the lines of, well, surely you're aware of the, I made up a term and I can't remember what it was now. It was something along the lines of the metric expansion between the base and the top. Now, metric expansion is a real term. I'm just substituting it here because I can't remember what the fuck I said. But then Witsit was like, well, yes, of course I'm aware of that. And I said, oh, that's fun because I just made that up. That sort of, I thought you might be doing that sort of thing.
Husband dies, then the husband's brother takes the wife. There's no.
Oh, okay. So it's all in the family, it's all in the family, just not in the way that I was thinking. That's my mistake.
Right.
Okay.
That would not be incest or, and that's a level.
It would though. Like, holy shit. See, this goes to the point of the whole contradictory thing, because like that whole, no, don't lay with the man the way you would with a woman. That's from the list in Leviticus, where it goes on down and it's like, don't sleep with your father's wife. Don't sleep with your brother's wife. Don't sleep with your cousin's wife. And also at the very end of that list, don't sleep with any men in the same relationships as anybody else in these lists. Like, don't sleep with your uncle, that sort of thing. That's what that verse says. This was pointed out to me by Lawrence, formerly of Milwaukee Atheist, currently with the Behold Network. We were on that chapter in Aaron Ra's Blasphemers Bible, and we ran down the list and we got to the end where it's like, don't sleep with this female relative, don't sleep with this female relative, don't sleep with this female relative. And the very next law is don't sleep with your male relatives like you wouldn't sleep with any of the female relatives.
But this book was for the men, not for the women. That's the whole point. Like, they weren't supposed to read it and take instruction. They were supposed to just listen to the person that owned them, either their father or their husband, kind of thing. So this wasn't directed at women, and that sort of points out just how immoral it is. They were, not reading, writing, or in any way having. And the thing is that edict, it doesn't give the woman a choice. Like, it's not like if she wants to marry her late husband's brother, she has a choice in the matter. It's just that's what happened, because she could not go out and provide for herself because society just would not allow that.
I'm reminded of that time the brother was in that situation. I forget the story specifically, but he was supposed to lay with his fallen brother's wife so that the family line could continue, or whatever the fuck. And he spilled his seed on the ground and then was murdered. So now nobody gets, she's double widowed, I guess, something. It's a weird story.
Yeah. A weird book.
True.
Thing, and the Levirate marriages are obsolete in the New Testament era as well.
So when Paul says that you should marry a woman at the flower of her age, do you think that's a good law? Do you think it was a moral law back then when Paul said it? I'll say that. When in Paul's time, do you think that?
Okay, Tristan and I had the conversation a month ago, Tristan cited 1 Corinthians 7, but he didn't cite the specific verse, and it's verse 39, where it says, if the woman passes the flower of her age. Now, back in those days, women lived, the lifespan of an average woman was from 30 to 40 years. So that meant that her childbearing years, prime childbearing years, were her teenage years. Okay?
So you think it's a yes or no? Yeah, but it's a yes or no. So I understand teenage
So
years. I understand
period
flower
of
ages.
time,
Do you
yeah,
think
I think it was. I mean, I don't see
okay?
anything wrong
And
with
now,
it.
and in modern society with modern medicine and women living longer, do you think that's still a good law?
Nice.
Well, the flower of her age has now expanded because of modern times and modern medicine, because women are now bearing children in their late 30s and early 40s. So the flower of a woman's age now, because they're living longer, is going to cover 2 or 3 decades. We're back.
Well, this is okay. I just have to point out he's interpreting what the poetic language flower of
Yep.
her age means and then making it fit his own definition. That's not what that means. Even if you want to read it euphemistically as when she's able to bear children, you're still talking about puberty.
You're really, to modern parlance, it'd be when she has flowered, which usually means when she has her period, which is horrific and happened all the time back in those days. But it's not good for morality now. And I think that's the tack that you're
And
trying
it's
to
not
take,
good for
OE,
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not, yeah, you're exactly right. It's not good for now or then, because young girls, obviously you guys are more knowledgeable about this than I am. It's a huge health risk to have a very, very young
Oh, yeah.
girl start having babies or get pregnant. And that's why pregnancies, I think there was like an over 60% failure rate in pregnancies back then, because these kids were so young. And this actually topic is what brought up this whole debate when this guy started defending PDF behavior, essentially, and Tristan was putting him to the coals on this. And I was watching, and then this Matthew guy responded by basically saying, well, Tristan, you're an agnostic. You can't possibly have any morality. And that's what started this whole debate, to be
Wow.
honest. That's why I sent him a message saying, hey, let's go ahead and I'll have a debate with you about this, you know?
That's it. Backstory, hooray, and things. So present day miscarriage rate for teens, and granted, it varies a lot as you get older as a teen, but just in general, is between 10 and 25%. And that's modern, with modern health, modern nutrition, etc. No idea what it was in the freaking 1st century or whatever.
In ancient Greece, in 1st century times, it was only the teenage years. They had a shorter span of a flower. So you got to take that into account. You got to take
modern science, modern biology tells us that children, women and girls and boys, are actually maturing at an earlier rate, not a slower rate. They're maturing faster. Probably because of chemicals and hormones and things like that in food. We don't really know why, obviously. So there's.
So you got a little bit sidetracked down a rabbit trail on this one.
Yeah.
You're off topic and you're not asking questions. You're talking to him. I understand why. I'm prone to do the same thing myself, but I do have to point out this is your time for questions, and this section isn't helping. I do also want to note that it's a little bit of a misstatement to bring up the average lifespan, because the infant mortality rate was so very high. Children 2 years old through 5 years old were dying a lot, and that skews the average hugely. It doesn't mean everybody was dropping dead at age 45 from extreme old age. It means there were people living into their 70s and 80s, just like now. It was just fewer of them made it to their teen years.
This flower of her age starts, in essence, could be starting earlier, not later.
11, 12, 13.
Yeah, okay. Right. So do you think it would be a good idea? Do you think it would be a good idea to follow that flower of her age, or do you think we should do away with that in modern society?
Well, we need to adjust, recalibrate what the flower of her age actually means. It doesn't mean her teenage years anymore, because women are living.
So the Bible isn't absolute and unchanging. This weird phrase that could mean anything. I mean, we we understand it probably means puberty because we use a similar phrase still today, but it could mean whatever the hell Paul had in his head, and we're just guessing. It could mean when a woman reaches maximum beauty and she's like a flower in full bloom, you know? But what is beauty? Who decides? It could be when she smells the best, like right after a bath. Who the fuck knows?
What about slavery? Slavery was considered moral and lawful, right, at one point in history, in biblical history, and it's illegal now. Do you recognize that there's been a specific change there?
Yeah, and I would not advocate.
And because there's been a specific change there, do you realize that that makes the law about slavery subjective because it changes over time?
Yeah, we don't live in the Bronze Age anymore.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to clarify the definition of subjective for you. All right, I'm done with my questions. I appreciate you answering the questions as succinctly as possible. Very, very much. Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
Okay, and that does it for the cross-exam section. They do still have closings, but we got to skip ahead a little bit because there's discussion about when to do the closings. So while I get that ready, what are your thoughts on the cross now that it's complete? The cross.
Oh yeah. No, I do like it. I do like some of the paths that you went down and some of the things that you sort of got him in, especially when you sort of referred him to, and you might have been away when I mentioned it. You referred it to like his intertwining of morality and laws, that you said, hey, there's these laws now, and he was forced to sort of go. It was you asking how many laws were codified in the New Testament, because that is moral designations according to him. So he kind of he sort of dug his own grave by intertwining the two, because then you sort of said, well, what laws are in there? And he has to say, well, he said something about not sleeping with multiple women. Polygamy is out. And it's like, that's it? That's all you got? Well, if the Old Testament doesn't apply anymore, then that's all you've got, because you're trying to make the Old Testament not apply. So, and he dug his own grave at the start by saying, hey, morals are basically laws that we've implemented. So, you've got to then say, well, there's no laws in the New Testament. Well, then there's no morals either, because you intertwined the two.
Whoops.
And he was really struggling on that.
And I wanted to show how subjective the whole thing was and open to interpretation, and let him expose that by asking questions that kind of got him to, because that was really the basis of my entire argument, was going to be the foundation of it is that, listen, this has been reinterpreted so many times by so many people to do the exact opposite thing. It's cognitive dissonance 101. So how can we use this for the foundation of society when it's this problematic? And that's what I was really trying to, throughout the whole debate, that was my tactic, was to approach it from that specific angle.
Well, I would probably approach it from, if you have an objective morality from the Bible, then why does everybody disagree on what that morality is? Even among Christians, just limit it to among Christians. And, the First Baptist Church will disagree with the Second Baptist Church. And, the Protestants will say this is fine. The Catholics will say, no, it's not fine. You have to have a priest to interpret the Bible. And, all of this disagreement over stuff. So from that point, you sort of go, well, how do you tell who's got the right one? And his response will probably be something along the lines of, well, my denomination has the right one. And it's like, but how do you tell? Because every denomination says that they've got the right one and the others have it wrong. So sort of exploiting that disagreement between the Christians, because they say that it's objective and they have the right one. Well, how do we tell? What's the methodology for actually getting to who has the objective morality when you and, say, the First Episcopalian disagree with one another over what it is? We can't. It's just a he said, she said, basically. If women were allowed to speak for the Bible, but, details. Yeah, and so that's probably the tack that I would have gone down. But that was great. That was great. I really liked it. I do admit that a couple of the questions were a little bit clunky. I would have liked for you to sort of set up stuff, sort of saying, hey, when you sort of ask the question, what morals does the New Testament have in it that haven't been discovered by previous civilizations? You sort of front loaded with the Babylonian one and the God, why have I forgotten the name of it? The Hammurabi Code, right?
Buddhism.
Well, no, the Code of Hammurabi, and sort of these other old ones. Sure, he sort of, what you could have done is sort of say, what have you provided, and then when he brings something up, you say, oh well, that was in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or that was in the Code of Hammurabi. You know, like this has been put down by somebody before. Like one of his examples was, oh, you should not murder, and it's like, of course that's been around forever. Like seriously. And I
Yeah,
didn't,
we're looking for
I like that you
new
brought them
material.
up, just sort of letting him go into that and bring some up, and then going, actually, that was in the Codex of Hammurabi, by the way.
Yeah. So again, what new material did this great revelation of the living God incarnated upon earth bring to humanity? What new wisdom did he set right?
Hmm.
No divorce, apparently. That's the big revelation. The Code of Harambe.
Okay, the Code of Harambe. Yeah, absolutely.
The ultimate
Look,
moral law, obviously.
Rip Harambe. Look, Harambe was trying to help that kid, okay?
Mhm.
You know it, I know it. Curse the police force in the US.
Yeah.
Did you see that Chappelle thing? Something Chappelle made me laugh though, and he's like, "Oh, I think it was Sacramento that it happened where they shot Harambe." He said that the police said that like shooting Harambe was the hardest thing they have to do, and he's like, "Well, there's going to be a lot of black guys running around in gorilla suits in the future."
Oh my.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Cincinnati was Harambe.
It was Cincinnati. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just wild. But unlike Jesus, he actually did die for at least one human's sins.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep.
You close left. Okay, go ahead, Matthew. 5 minutes.
I think it's very interesting that my opponent cites subjectivity and arbitration, arbitrary standards, yet the standards that he has cited seems to be quite arbitrary. I mean, if you're going to criticize a standard, then you have to have.
Did you arbitrarily decide on your arbitrary standards of his arbitrariness? Arbitrarily?
I never even cited anything arbitrary. I just asked him questions about it. The only time I mentioned anything is when he asked me about arbitrary or subjective and objective, and I told him that I believe in objective ethics. And other than that, it was just questions about him. So where he got that from, I think it was just something he wrote down ahead of time, expecting he was going to get different answers during his cross or something, but it literally made no sense.
Yeah, because you didn't go into your moral system at all. Like the only thing that you said, it was based upon evolution, and I don't believe in objective ethics. I think that it is subjective, and that's something we'd disagree on. But from what you've said, you never said it like, oh, it's just based upon an arbitrary whim. You said it was tied into evolutionary and natural laws, which is not arbitrary. Definitely not. We don't get natural laws from a whim. That's not what we do. I don't know where he's getting this from.
It's arbitrary. I couldn't resist.
I don't I don't think he understands what it means. I think he's used to arguing, or perhaps he's seen arguments against people like myself, or I'm a metaethical relativist. Like, so at the very ground floor, it still is subjective, like stance dependent, but it's still not arbitrary. Stop conflating the two, right? Like, even if it's subjective and you go, well, I like banana splits, for instance. It's subjective, right? Like some other people may not. But it's not arbitrary. It's not based upon a whim. It's that the taste is good to you, your sensory experience, the sugar, you like that. It's not arbitrary. It's subjective, and they're not the same thing.
Hell yeah. Yeah, when there's good reasons for it. It's not just arbitrary. Like
Yeah, it's like you watching, football or whatever. Oh, you just arbitrarily like one sport. No, you enjoy certain things about it. It's subjective. It's not arbitrary. I wish they'd stop conflating this.
it's a tricky subject for a lot of people, especially considering the way words get misused in common parlance. Literally.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah. Literally, yeah.
Standard to replace it with. And my opponent really hasn't done a good job of articulating what that better, superior standard is.
And there's that goalpost shift is the question. The proposition is, should social morality be based on the Bible? And he's like, well, you didn't present an alternative. That's not the proposition.
You didn't have to.
And also you did, but never mind that.
So let me just say this. Back when I was single, somebody asked me if I had any children. And I responded by saying, well, of course I don't have any children. I'm not married. And then I was told, well, you don't have to be married in order to have children. I then said, well, in the society that I live in, having children out of wedlock would be looked down upon, and that my family and friends would be very disappointed in me if I were to father a child out of wedlock.
That's not relevant to the question, though. Like, just because you'd be looked down on doesn't mean it's not possible. And this is a thing that bugs me about a lot of people. Orson Scott Card and David Eddings are a couple of authors that I've literally thrown their books against a wall out of frustration when they conflate these ideas. How could I possibly have a child? I'm not married. The fuck do you mean? You could have children and not be... The biology doesn't care about your legal status. Fucking hell. Small, unnecessary details. It's true. It's true. But I mean, that's sort of what I do.
Now, let's take this principle and apply it on a grander scale, more on a macro level. Take a look at those societies that have a high out-of-wedlock birth rate and a high percentage of homes that are headed up by single, unwed mothers. How are they?
Like the United States? Great Christian nation, perhaps?
Christians still have kids out of wedlock. I don't know if Matthew knows this. That still occurs.
I don't know if he does.
Those societies doing? Do you know that a child born out of wedlock and raised in a single parent home without a father is far more likely to drop out of school, get involved in crime, drugs, and go to prison?
I'm not going to bother to fact check that. I'm just going to point at the fact that it might be true, it might not be true. I don't fucking care.
That is what can happen when a society doesn't practice biblical morality. On the flip side,
no, that's not. That is not because of a failure to practice biblical morality. Because one thing I will tell you is that the portions of society in what we call the Bible Belt, where everybody is extra religious, or at least mindful of the fact their neighbors are extra religious, highest teen pregnancy rate in the country, highest dropout rate in the country. It's the extra religion seems to actually make that problem worse, not better.
Okay, so just a quick Google search just to fact check him. So the highest are things like Costa Rica, 73% high religiosity, probably about 83% religious and Christian. You also have Mexico, 70%, again, high level of Christianity, just saying. And several, like France, right, not doing badly. And Iceland at 69%. Perfect.
Nice.
Perfect, Iceland. Well done. Iceland is a fantastic place to live.
I've heard they do a free book day or something. I don't remember the details specifically. But there's something with
Yeah.
books that sounds cool.
And other ones
it's
are
like,
things like Norway, Sweden, countries that are quite nice to live in.
Mhm. Yeah,
Uh,
the secularity. Well, it's not just the secularity. It's also like the better health care, the better access to social
Yeah.
resources, so on and so on,
Well,
which comes with the
apparent-
secularity.
Yeah. But Norway and Denmark, where more than half the children are born outside marriage, support is structured around the child rather than the parent's marital status. Universal benefits are available to all families. These include parental leave, subsidized childcare, and monthly child allowances. Thus, children in a single parent or cohabiting households receiving the same opportunities as those in traditional two-parent homes. By contrast, in countries like Mexico and Costa Rica, where out-of-wedlock births exceed 70%, formal government programs are more limited. There, much of the day-to-day support comes from NGO, community groups, and extended families stepping in to provide essentials such as food, clothing, and education, which, it isn't as good. So that's what you've got in secular countries, with the government providing healthcare and support for children, as opposed to religious countries which provide for the parents to take care of them, kind of thing. But his thing that Christianity automatically means you have less out of wedlock births, not true.
Oops.
And that if they're secular, then it's a disaster, not true as well. Just saying.
Minor details.
Side of that, look at those societies that are wealthy and prosperous and are practicing biblical morality, at least to some extent. Look at their out of wedlock birth rates.
We just did, Matthew, but thanks for pointing us in that direction even harder.
And I mean,
And the
if you
percentage
want
of
to
their
look at states, I mean, that might be a better way to do it.
Yeah,
By
like
state.
the Bible Belt thing, but also like it doesn't even have to be Bible, like because the red states are also tied so strongly to white Christian nationalism. With Christian is at least a part of it. The biblical morality must be enforced, and yet it's the red states that are drawing. They're a net sink on the country's federal budget. They need more money than they put in because the populace has more financial needs. It's not just teen pregnancy, but it's a whole bunch of other things. The biblical morality doesn't seem to be helping, whereas all these liberal devil-spawned blue states are producing more money than they need, and so they're a net gain for the country. So if we did say outlaw secularism and institute biblical morality and everything turned into a red state, the federal government would go bankrupt instantly.
Yeah, and I think it's also because they don't, like in the red states, the more Christian states, they don't teach things like safe sex, and they don't have access to abortions.
Right, the abstinence-only education, because it's biblical morality, and the miscarriage rate is off the damn charts because of it.
Yep.
I'm exaggerating. It fits on the chart. It's less than 100%, but it's high.
That are stable with a mother and a father. Did you know that there are 5 things a young person...
Hey, did you know that a child in an abusive household that has a mother and a father, but one or both parents are abusive, is way more likely to drop out of school, run away, get into drugs, get into crime, etc., than a child in a single-parent household? It's a fun fact, isn't it?
Can I just share something with you quickly? I just found what it is that I'm looking for. Just one sec. This is from the CDC. Where's my share button? Sorry about that.
Where's the buttons? I know I'm always finding new buttons. We do love our buttons, though.
Whoops.
What is this we're looking at?
Percentage of babies born to unmarried mother state.
Oh.
So the darker it is, the more Yeah.
That's pretty dark
There's
in the south there.
in that south, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Oh my.
yeah. So it seems like religiosity doesn't actually, so Christianity doesn't actually get less single mothers. It gets more.
How peculiar.
Can do to avoid living in poverty. Number 1, finish school. Biblical morality. Number 2, don't get involved.
Wait.
What?
Where does the Bible say finish school?
I know. I'm like, record scratch.
What?
Wowzers. I'm like, I can't even begin to guess where he thinks that's from. Like, what the fuck? I don't know.
And lo,
Right.
Jesus said unto the masses, "Sees get degrees, bitches."
Biblical morality. Number 3, don't abuse drugs and alcohol. Biblical morality.
Really? Like, I get there's a general vibe of moderation, but like Jesus turned water into wine, my guy.
Yeah. Jesus was like, "Hey, there's no happy juice on tap. Let's just magic it up." I don't get how that promotes abstinence.
Yeah, have more alcohol. I had a Lutheran pastor at actually, I think it may have been the last wedding that I went to that I didn't officiate at. He gave a sermon about how weed is actually good in the eyes of Jesus, because according to Jesus, God created all the wonders of the earth for the enjoyment of humans. And since weed is natural, it was created by God to be the way that it is, to have the effect it has on humans, then it's clearly the intent of God for us to use it. So biblically, toke up, I guess. And I'm like, this is not the sermon I expected from a Lutheran. And not at a wedding, but okay.
Well, you know what? If I was to make one drug in our society legal, it probably would not be alcohol. Absolutely not. It would be weed way before alcohol. The amount of social problems it causes are just insane.
It's fair, the amount of deaths it causes. Although granted,
Yeah.
it's usually in conjunction with an automobile, but there are some
Yeah.
deaths without also.
Number 4, get a job. Biblical morality.
None of these have anything to do. Like, what is he talking about? Like the prodigal son thing?
I don't
Like,
know.
where's he
But
getting
in fairness, it does say that being like a lazy, drunk young man is a bad thing. But to be fair, it says to take them to the town centre to get them stoned to death. So I'm not sure you can claim that one as a win for biblical morality there.
right? Like, don't do this or you'll die.
Yeah.
Like, that only works if you actually follow through. We are still live, Lawrence. In fact, I was just talking about you somewhere less than an hour ago. I won't get into the whole thing, but yeah, we're still going. We're close to the end, though. We're in the closing statements.
Yeah. We're wrapping up.
5, have children after you get married. Biblical morality.
Also not unique to the Bible, but also I'm not entirely sure. Like, there may be a passage somewhere that says you should wait till marriage. There probably is something along those lines. Nothing springs to mind, but there are lots and lots of stories earlier in the Bible where people are explicitly not married. In fact, several cases where a person takes on a servant specifically for surrogacy because the person they are married to appears to be infertile.
So concerning the proposition of this debate, should society be based on biblical morality? My answer to that question is yes. Because if a society is not...
I mean, great for you, Matthew, but you haven't fucking demonstrated why. You just said, I think so. fucking hell.
Based on biblical morality, then it's based on another kind of morality. I have yet to find an objective standard of morality that is ethically superior to the Bible. I'll close with this. In 17...
Wow. No,
Have you
no
looked?
standard.
I've only read the Bible and I've never found anything to be superior.
Holy shit. I mean, clearly he's never read Don Quixote or the
Yeah.
phone book. Did you know, and this is true, there are no moral horrors in the phone book. So it's got that going for it.
1876, a French philosopher by the name of Voltaire, who was very outspoken critic of Christianity, held a Bible in the air and said, in 100 years, Christianity will be obliterated and pass into history. He died 2 years later. 50 years after that, the Geneva Bible Society acquired his house, and they printed Bibles and distributed Bibles from his house. If that isn't proof that God has a sense of humor, I don't know what is. I'm done.
Did
Like,
God
you
have
can
a
say
house?
that's proof Christians troll. I don't. What?
Oh, goodness.
So he is somehow magically established a morality for society without ever mentioning it really one time. And he's now, additionally, just for bonus points, proven that God has a sense of humor. Bingo!
Bingo. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay, so of course that wasn't true. I'm sure. You're all shocked. You can't believe Matthew repeated some random rumor from the internet that isn't
I know.
actually true. So Voltaire he is quoted as saying erroneously that within 100 years the Bible would be a curiosity found chiefly in museums. So even the made up quote attributed to Voltaire, Matthew got wrong, but whatever. And it's within 50 years of Voltaire's death. His former home in Geneva was purchased by the Evangelical Society to print tracts. Like, there was one thing in that entire statement that was half true, which is delightful. Oh, and Voltaire did die. That's
Yeah,
just
that is true.
Yeah. Holy shit.
All right, very good. But go ahead, Daniel. You can go ahead and have your closing statement, and then you guys in the comment section, by all means, send your questions, and then we'll see where it goes. Go ahead, Daniel. 5 minutes. Go ahead and begin.
It's very interesting that in a debate about biblical morality, I'm the only person in the debate that actually cited any Bible verses specifically.
Oh,
Nice.
that's the kind of thing you can't plan for. But when
Yeah.
it happens, pointing
Mhm.
at it, you could just end your closing right there, honestly. That was a good one.
You mentioned Voltaire. Voltaire said, if there were no gods, man would need to invent them. Let us be clear, as an agnostic and humanist, I wouldn't care if theists want to delude themselves with religious beliefs. And, although very regretfully, I would have to respect their personal right to hold bigoted and misogynistic beliefs in the privacy of their own homes and churches if not open to the public. But as soon
Matthew might feel a little called out here.
Yeah.
Perhaps rightly so, but
Mhm.
as they try to spread their bigotry and misogyny out to the public, they are actively harming people. The idea of using the Bible, the guide to immorality, as a basis for society is as abhorrent as it is reprehensible. If the Bible has been unable to produce a single interpretation of ethics and morality that is in fact axiomatically true or objectively egalitarian, then it cannot be considered as useful for anything other than encouraging and promoting the toxic behaviors of us versus them and might makes right, which is exactly what we have seen for thousands of years historically. The Bible promotes misogyny.
Well, I can think of a couple of uses for it. And not just as a doorstop, but like for the reasons that Kip Davis loves the Bible, right? Like to study the culture of the people in the time.
Right.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, I mean it's a book that, it was used in history for certain things. So it's an important book. You can't deny that. But that doesn't make the stories in it true. You know, the Iliad was an important book. It doesn't make, you know, the stories in it true. We've got to, and this whole thing that it's a history book, no, absolutely not. No, it's a book of a certain culture's cultural stories, spiritual stories, and mythology. Now, what percentage is which, that's up to you, but, you know, it's not a history book. There's no way.
It'd be a close match. I'd have to actually count verse by verse to see which one is more factual, the Iliad or at least the story of Jesus.
Well, and the full disclosure is, I mean, I know earlier I made a joke about Playboy probably being more fun to read than the Bible, but that's because my wife was sitting next to me and I never miss an opportunity to try and get a reaction out of her, which I did. Thank you very much. That was great. But in all truth, you know, I've spent probably thousands of dollars in education and 30 years of my life studying religions, now world religions in general, but I find it fascinating. I find it a fascinating look into the mindset of ancient people, cultures. And so ultimately, yeah, no, the Bible, it can be a very interesting and poetic book. I mean, there's a lot of beautiful things in the Bible if you read it for what it is. If you're trying to build a society on it, then no, it's completely dysfunctional. But I don't want to be dishonest and be like, oh, the Bible's just stupid and we should just use it for firewood or whatever. No, that's not the case.
Right.
It would make pretty good firewood, though. Probably smell a little weird. And we know how Yahweh is about the scents and odors of certain smokes and volatiles and things.
Well, we'd have a lot of it. Do you know how many times the Bible has been bought?
Billions!
Bingo!
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh dear.
I was going to say that a lot of religions, especially religions from this time period, the gods are the personifications of the values and the prejudices of the people who invent the god. The god says we must do this thing that we were coincidentally already doing, that sort of thing. And so we can learn a lot about the culture that way. In fact, a number of rabbis have posed over the years that depending on which book in the Bible you're looking in, sometimes when it says God, you could almost substitute in the will of the people. Like the community says we should do this. And so this is our way. This is our law now, sort of thing. And there's something to that. It's not true for every book or every passage, but in a lot of places, it works better. And so we can learn a lot about the culture through that lens. And that's one of the beautiful things about the way that the scholarly Bible scholars look at the Bible is they will view it through different lenses and see what new information falls out of it. There's this principle in Judaic scholarship that when you stop being able to look at a text and find new things in it, the text is dead. And that's why they refer to the Bible as a living document, because after thousands of years, they're still finding new and interesting things in there. And that's pretty cool, even if the stories are moral horrors.
Oh, and I just learned, I've been studying this for 30 years. I just learned tonight, watching this or in this debate, that apparently, finishing school is in the Bible. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So I was going to say all of that, but finishing on that bingo joke was much better. So I'm not going to say any of that, and we'll just go on.
Misogyny, bigotry, separatism, and divisiveness, conspiracy theorists, flat earthers, and science deniers. If we use this guide to
But you repeat yourself.
immorality to build our societies, women would not have autonomy over their bodies, they would not be seen as equal authorities in the home, members of the LGBTQ community would be shunned, people in need of health care would be denied in many cases, foreigners would be enslaved and treated as unequal, and we would literally be throwing rocks at disobedient children.
Wow, we're only missing the throwing rocks at children thing, and even that I'm not 100% sure of.
Acronym for all this is FUBAR FFS. If you know, you know. The very thing my opponent is arguing for is a seed that will grow into a weed called Christian nationalist ideology, which is a thing that will choke out freedom, equality, and justice for all. And I'm going to close there.
Nice close.
Hell yeah. Show the
He doesn't look happy. He does not look happy. No, that was fantastic close. Really liked it. Yep.
Yeah. Because
Mm.
like actually I do want to like extra point at that, because that's a thing that doesn't happen in debates very often, and I'd like to see it more. I mean, it doesn't work in every debate. Like flat earth debates are just silly in the first place. Fun often, but silly. But like when you have something like this where there's real consequences for these kinds of things, pointing at the consequences and saying, if you do this, even though we've demonstrated tonight there's no fucking reason to, but if you do, these are the consequences you're signing up for. That it doesn't necessarily answer the question. In this case, should we base morality on the Bible? Well, the consequences sure as fuck matter in that one, but in a lot of cases it's the entailments of what happens after the fact. So yeah, I really like that as a finishing point on the close.
Well, I really appreciate the feedback. I think on the positive note, I would say my favorite part about this debate, other than listening to him say bingo a couple times, because that's like priceless. You can't pay money to get that. But my favorite part of this whole debate was literally closing it by saying that we would be throwing rocks at little children, not just stoning children, but dumbing it down to like we're throwing rocks at kids to just show how absolutely insane the whole thing is. And so I feel like that was, of all the things I did well in the debate, I do think I did some good things, but I think that closing line was, I couldn't have finished it any better.
Yeah, that was good.
I don't think.
Yeah, that was really good. And it sort of really, it's sort of, I can't remember. It's kind of painting the picture of things instead of saying something. It's like really, and Christopher Hitchens was a master at this. Instead of saying, "Hey, this is what happened," he was like, would use language that would show you, and you couldn't help but see how horrific it was. So instead of circumcision, he would use like the mutilation of young boys' genitals, like really hammer that home as a visual image, and he was the master of it. And I love that you did that, because you can't just go, oh well, it's just a bit of it's just correcting them kind of thing. I once did the same in one of my debates, where one of the verses in the Bible is "spoil the rod, spare the child." Right? That's a very famous verse in the Bible. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Right. But if you understand what a rod is, it's basically a club, right? Like a club about this big for beating sheep, and the other one was the crook. Like, so you had a crook and rod, and you basically used the crook to hook the sheep and the rod to hit them to get them moving. This was a club, right? So I showed it, what it actually is. Like the Bible saying, hey, beat your children, your young children, with a solid wooden rod with a thing on the end, a bulge on the end. Like lovely Christian morals right there,
Mm-hmm.
And if you spare them it, you're spoiling them. Like this is the kind of ridiculous, horrific morality that we expect from a book like that. It's monstrous. But yeah, I love that symbology. You're not just punishing a child. You're throwing rocks at children.
Yeah,
love it. Yeah, I think he did really well. I think he did very well. In fact, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do have like nitpicks and criticism, but like it's so hard to do in the moment, and they're very, very minor. Like this is sort of just doing debates will get you that experience kind of thing. It's not a problem. So yeah, I think he did fantastic, and he really, didn't address anything you really had to say. His argument was more the Bible's moral because it's moral.
Because I want it to be. Yeah, similarly, I've got, notes about performance, presentation, that sort of thing, but these are like procedural notes, as far as the actual substance of the debate. You pretty much nailed it. And really nice.
Well, I appreciate that, and I am going to actually come back and rewatch this video because of my ADD, I can't follow the chat and focus on what everyone's saying and the video and stuff. So I have to go rewatch the videos. So, which I really appreciate for the content creators when you guys actually run that chat down, because it allows somebody like myself to go back through and actually watch the chat. But I understand everybody has their own style or whatever, but I do appreciate when people do that because of people like me. So I just want to thank everyone in advance for the great comments and for the interaction in the chats, and for supporting this channel, and for supporting Mark as well on his channel.
Oh, thank you.
It's been such a pleasure to get to know everybody in the community. And I know it's tough for a lot of people in the community because I'm an agnostic. I believe in objective ethics, and so I'm kind of an outlier. I'm an independent centrist. So politically, I don't align with the left or right. So I'm guaranteed to piss off both parties pretty much equally. And people have been very gracious to understand that at the end of the day, I try to be respectful, and I'm willing to be educated. If somebody can explain to me how I'm wrong and coach me up a little bit, I'm certainly open to criticism. So I just want to thank everyone in the community for understanding that. And you guys have made me feel very welcome, and I appreciate everybody very much.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I don't like. I'm a secular humanist, but I'm a meta-ethical relativist. So as long as we share the same goal, I don't care where you get your meta-ethics from. I don't care what your goal is. The goal of human well-being. As long as we share that, it doesn't matter. And even if you think a god has commanded you to do the best for humans, right? I don't care that you think you got it from a god. It doesn't matter. Right? Like, it's just that human well-being, as long as you're working towards that and not, I don't know, imprisoning people in black sites and, concentration camps because they have come into your country, that's fine. I will work with you. That's fine. So, that's not a big problem. I think it's very, very minor disagreement, and that's totally fine. But it's been a real pleasure to talk to you. And I think you did fantastic, honestly. I would certainly tell you if you didn't, because I'm just honest like that. But yeah, it's been great. So really good having you on, and really good to meet you as well. I mean, I've chatted with you in chat, but it's not the same as talking to you face to face. It's been fantastic.
It's very true.
Well, I thank you. No, I this was a huge improvement. This is only my second debate. So
Yep.
I think if you look at the first debate, you can see this was a massive improvement. And I think with the coaching that you guys have given, the advice that you guys give, and from other people from other channels and communities, I expect my next debate to be even better, frankly. I do expect to be able to take this information and apply it. And there was a lot of great criticisms there. And as I'm watching the debate with you guys, that's so helpful for you guys to do that for people in this community and who want to get better at debates, because you see what's happening in real time, and then you get this outside perspective from knowledgeable people, and it really slows everything down. It's like, oh, I can see exactly what you guys are talking about. Because if I just rewatch the debate myself, I could be like, oh, I'm smoking this guy, or I'm cooking this guy, or whatever the saying is these days. But I'm not really identifying some of the problems with the questions in my cross-examination, some of the mistakes that I made, and how it was really inefficient use of time. I mean, there's so many things you guys brought up that when you said it at the time I'm watching, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so obvious. I would have totally missed that. So I just am so grateful for that. I'm just really grateful for you guys.
Well, thank you
Oh,
for
my
saying
pleasure.
so. That's
Yeah, thank you.
why we do these. Like, we realize there's a shit ton of other channels that do debate reviews, but the way most channels do debate reviews is like, he's wrong because he doesn't agree with me. It's like, it's not helpful. We're not right about everything, obviously. We're fallible too. That's why the live chat keeps correcting us about things, which is one of the reasons we
Sure.
do these live. And thank you for joining us live chat, by the way. If you're watching in the future, do remember to hit the subscribe button, because we'd love to see you in a future live chat. And also subscribe over at Mark Reed's channel, which is linked in the description, because we're there every other week. We alternate with these.
Yes.
Next week, we're back at Mark's.
Probably have Leo, I would say.
It seems to be the rumor at this point.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully we can sync our schedules and get Leo Filius on, which will be fantastic. But we'll see how we go. And yeah, because it's been sort of, he's on and off, and it's not his fault. It's just work's been busy and stuff like that. So understand, life happens. We all have lives outside of this, so it happens. It's not a problem. But hopefully we can do that. And Ember, thank you as always. You have been a magnificent host as always. But yeah, so happy to be here. This was fun.
Yay. It was slightly long, but not nearly as long as some of our early debates where we tried to do things in one go.
Yeah, that was a disaster.
We had a few 6 or 7 hour ones, but thank you all so much for joining us, especially the people who've stuck around through all of this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no 7 hour debate against Andrew Wilson, but it's still a pretty decent haul. Also, thank
That
you to
was-
everybody who sent in
That was
support.
that was a poor idea. I chose poorly.
It's true. It's true. But it's funny to talk about now, and I still can't regret it because I got to banhammer Rachel fucking Wilson, which was amazing. But thank you to everybody who sent support. Dade Murphy became a member. Guitar Dog sent 2066, saying the National Council, the National Couches. I'm JD Vancing over here. The National Council of Churches estimates that 100,000 U.S. churches across denominations will close during the next several years. That would amount to roughly a quarter of the nation's churches today, which is amazing news and an amazing super chat. Thank you, Guitar Dog. Jester sent $2 saying, imagine thinking Psalms was by one guy. And the imagine emoji, which members can do because members have cool features that way. Eric Wander gifted 10 Ember ships. Thank you, Eric. More people with emojis. Hooray. And Jester sent $2 saying, true, as your ducky lord of fools, where are my grapes? Which is really good stuff. Thank you all so much. Thank you all for joining, liking, subscribing. Be sure to keep an eye out for Objective Ethics, who's going to be causing trouble somewhere on the internet at some point,
Yeah.
probably very soon. I think that's just about going to do it. So I'm going to finish up with the credits for September. Thanks to everybody who supports here, elsewhere, etc., pressing all the buttons, all the fun things. And remember, you don't have to believe a mythological book full of moral horrors is the best avenue for society because you are better than religion. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Thanks to all our patrons and top-level members for September. Miranda, Karen Butcher, Jessica the Transmetal Alchemist, Robin Webster, Maya Adkison, Jimmy Tux, Ian Chen, Malaysia, The Barely Bearable Atheist, Eric Wander, Jason Jacoby, Godless Engineer, Jester, Lil of All Trades, Deviant Outcast, and Kelly King, the Detroit Atheist Queen. And you can add your name here next month by signing up at patreon.com/betterthanember or by joining Emberships here on YouTube at the Cinder level, which also includes all the custom emojis, tons of member-exclusive content, member-only live streams, and a bunch of other stuff. I deeply appreciate all the supporters who keep this channel going. Thank you all so much. Because of you, we're building a wonderful community that I'm very proud of.
Just like a spark that's breaking out, can't make a stop.